Good morning and welcome to the Midwest Energy Policy Series on energy efficiency. We'll be starting in just a few minutes. Thank you. Good morning and welcome to the Midwest Energy Policy Series on energy efficiency. We'll be starting in just a few minutes.
Good morning. Welcome to the 2020 edition, coronavirus version of the Midwest Energy Policy Series on energy efficiency. We greatly appreciate your patience with our process here, as this is our first attempt at taking this conference virtually. But I am very excited to share with you the agenda that we have, the slate of wonderful speakers that we have, experts on the topics both today and tomorrow, to share with you some interesting developments in the world of energy efficiency, and hopefully for you to engage with them, for all of us to learn more. We unfortunately had to cancel our event on energy infrastructure as part of this series in April, but we're glad to be able to kick off a virtual version today. As I said, please be patient with us, but if you do have any comments or suggestions on things that we could do differently or better in this new world, don't hesitate to contact myself or Travis. I can't say a big enough thank you to the MEI board, and more importantly, and as importantly, I should say, the sponsors for the conference this year. When we look at the transition, it's never easy for any of our partners to be able to continue their support. But a very big thank you to Evergy and Polsinelli as our diamond sponsors, Ameren as our gold sponsor, Spire and Liberty Utilities as our silver sponsors, our bronze sponsor for the Midwest Energy Efficiency Alliance, and our partners for the Energy Efficiency Series, the Building Performance Association and Missourians for a Balanced Energy Future. These are partners that we've had throughout the years, and we are very thankful for their continued support here today. So a couple housekeeping items. You'll be able to ask questions via the Q&A tab at the bottom of your screen. The speakers will answer those questions at the end of every session. So it won't be after each speaker, but after the end of the session. We'll present those to the panelists so they can respond that way. The webinar is being recorded, and you will have exclusive access to the presentations following the event. If you do have problems via Zoom, it is being live broadcast on YouTube. You can use the chat box if you have some technical difficulties, and that'll bring that to either myself or Travis Wood's attention. If you should experience any issues with Zoom, this webinar, as I mentioned, is on YouTube, and that link is on the email that you were sent from Eventbrite. So something very close to our hearts today at MEI is the issue around energy efficiency in rental properties, how in the real estate market. For the past 2-3 years, MEI has worked to shape this event around the real estate market to help engage realtors, mortgage bankers, and the community there to understand energy efficiency, know what resources are out there, and to better market energy efficiency as part of properties. And our first session today is focused on that, specifically the way the rental market and energy efficiency work together. So after we have this session, we will then have a session on energy efficiency in schools, specifically K through 12, a variety of different case studies for you to see what schools from around the state are doing, and what they've learned, positives, negatives, how they financed them, the components they did. Next, we'll explore the impacts of COVID-19 on energy efficiency programs. So we'll hear not only the negative component that we mostly hear about, but the utilities and other partners out there, both in Missouri and nationwide, have come up with some innovative solutions to the COVID impact. So I think you'll be very interested to hear what goes on in that session. And then finally today, we'll close out the event with a community clean energy commitments energy efficiency session, specifically when municipalities start to have clean energy goals of 100% renewable. We're asking, what's the impact that those goals have on the energy efficiency programs through the utilities, what impact they have on the energy efficiency adoption rates, et cetera, within those particular communities. But as you recall, we have been interested in the rental market, and we are very happy to be able to present with Columbia Water and Light and Elevate Energy today on this particular issue. And our program and policy manager, Travis Wood, will be presenting to you and leading this session today. So with that, I'll transfer it over to Travis.
All right, thank you, Josh. Good morning. I'm excited to introduce this session. Today we have Sarah Lamprice from Elevate Energy, who will be presenting an overview of this topic and going over some case studies that Elevate Energy has done. We'll follow up with Clark Ballou Crawford from City of Columbia Water and Light, and he'll be presenting on the first half of the case study that MEI and Columbia Water and Light collaborated on. And I'll close things out with the second half of that case study. So without further ado, I'm going to bring Sarah on, and she will take things away.
All right, so everything's coming through okay?
Yes, you should have control.
There we go. Okay, thank you. That's what I was waiting for. All right, so thanks, Travis. Like you said, my name is Sarah. I'm with Elevate Energy. I'm going to talk to you guys a little bit about some specifics regarding energy efficiency in the residential rental market. I seem to be having some trouble with getting the slides to advance. There we go. So first, I'm going to tell you a little bit about Elevate Energy, and then I'll dive right into some of the unique things that multifamily properties face, especially the split incentive. And we'll take a look at some of Elevate's case studies that have looked at this particular issue, and then we'll talk about some of the lessons that we've learned. All right, so, oh my gosh. There we go. So Elevate is based in Chicago, but we are trying to do a lot of work nationally. I, for example, am based out of Kansas City, Missouri, which is a relatively newer market for us. But there are folks in Detroit, there are folks in New Jersey. It's kind of all over the Northeast and sort of moving our way westward. Here's the kind of stuff that we do. So we try to help other people have the resources that they need to make better choices. We help design and we implement programs that will reduce costs and protect people in the environment. And we try to ensure that the benefits of clean and energy efficiency use will reach those who need them the most. So equity is a priority for us. So some of the areas that we focus on are smart grid benefits, dynamic electricity pricing for homes, energy efficient buildings, high performance buildings, community level programs, and research policy and innovation. So when it comes to multifamily properties, it's really an underserved market. And nationally, there are 10.5 million units of multifamily housing that are considered affordable that are here in the US, that between them could stand to save $3.4 billion through energy efficiency improvements. Like Chicago alone has 1.3 million housing units, and over 3/4 of those are multifamily, which is pretty representative of how the population in Chicago lives, most in multifamily. And contrary to some myths that are out there, most of the affordable rental units are not actually subsidized. Travis, I'm having trouble getting the screen to advance. Let's try this. There we go. Nope, we skipped one.
Hey, Sarah, I can take control if you want to just tell me which way to go.
Sure, can you go back one, please? Okay, sorry, forward. This is supposed to say scenario 1. So in the first scenario, when the buildings are not master metered, so please ignore that heading, the building owner would be the person who invests in the energy efficiency retrofits and upgrades, just like in any other property. But their tenants would be the ones who save on the energy bills. So typically a building owner will not perceive any immediate interest for themselves. So they won't want to invest in energy efficiency if they're not going to see the financial benefits. Next slide. Which appears to be identical almost. Nope, there we go. Okay, this one's titled correctly. On the other hand, if they are master metered, then the building owner pays for the upgrades and the building owner pays for the utilities. So they could stand to internalize a lot of the direct financial benefits of investing in energy efficiency through receiving lower utility bills, but they also have a perceived risk of tenant overuse because there's a perception that the tenant doesn't have any skin in the game, so to speak. Next slide. So what we looked at, what we've been looking at for, I would say probably about 13 or 14 years now, is our case studies focusing on demonstrating co-benefits. Next slide. So what I mean when I say co-benefits is benefits to both tenants and to owners. So for owners, what we see after they've invested in energy efficiency is that they end up having a higher cash flow for the property. We see that they're spending less on maintenance costs, less on vacancies and turnover, and they have more floating capital. We also see that they are able to better preserve the affordable building stock, which you would not necessarily think is true, because one might think that if you invest in a building and make it better, that the costs are going to go up, like the market costs are going to go up, so it's no longer going to be affordable. But that doesn't actually pan out that way. Another thing that happens for the building owners is that they get a lot of stability because their tenants stay for longer. And the reason that that happens is because those tenants experience immediate improvements in their comfort and their standard of living. Next slide. So our first case study, all of these case studies, unless stated otherwise, are going to be in Chicago. So this building ran on a steam boiler. It was a 7-story brick building. Next slide. So you can see the furnace. You can also see a really old, not in use, coal-powered heating element. Next slide, please. So we put in a new steam boiler and some new boiler controls with indoor temperature sensors. Next slide. We also replaced the hot water heater and insulated the heating pipes. Next slide. So just with those, with no like other bells and whistles, just the major equipment replacement, that property saved 45% year over year for their gas savings. That ended up being $21,600 a year. And based on their investment, the simple payback for them using their actual savings was right at 4 years. Next slide. The Boulevard apartments are from the 1930s, and they were rehabbed in 91, then upgraded in 2012. So this is from the 2012 upgrade. The tenants would typically pay the gas and the electricity. So this is an example of where the building owner is not necessarily incentivized to lower the utility bills, but they participated in the program anyway. So we helped them do the air sealing and the roof cavity insulation. We replaced the furnace and some lighting, and we did some water conservation measures. Next slide. they attained a 19% decrease in gas usage, 10% reduction in their overall utility spend, and they avoided 65.5 metric tons of CO2 equivalents, which is all great. But what's even better, next slide, is all the financial benefits that they received. A 17% reduction in their annual maintenance costs, an extra $13,000 a year that they were not having to pay in utilities just for the common areas. Because remember, the tenants pay for everything else. And they were still able to maintain a median rent of $647 compared with the nearby Cook County median rent of $1,000. So this is part of what I was touching on earlier. They were able to maintain an affordable rent because utilities and maintenance and operations were so much smaller of a part of their rental income that they were able to lower what they charged in order to still make the same profit compared to someone in Cook County who may charge a higher rent, but also has a lot more operating expenses. So per unit, they were saving about $250 a year, which really adds up when you're talking about a multi-unit portfolio. They also had fewer vacancies compared with the national average. And so every time you have a vacancy and you don't know how long it's going to be vacant, that's a hit that you have to take to the pocketbook. Plus, every time that that happens, you have to turn over your unit. And there can be all sorts of costs associated with the repairs and the cleaning, et cetera. So the fewer times that happens, the better. Plus, you don't have to do any advertising or screening. Next slide. So when you're talking about a 10% reduction in what you would spend in energy costs, how does that stack up? This is taken from one of our publications. A 10% reduction for them means 17 months of rent for one unit, or the annual maintenance costs for 15 units, or a 27% decrease in their rental vacancy loss as a percentage of potential receipts. So 10% doesn't sound necessarily like a huge number, not like 30 or 40% like you might see in a single family home, but it translates to really large savings in a multifamily space. Next slide. The tenants love it. We talk about it a lot, even unprompted. So they say it stays cool when it's hot, it stays warm when it's cold outside. And now that they have experienced an efficient building, they want to keep staying in an efficient building. And even if they have to move, that becomes an item on their checklist for when they're looking for a new place. They're also more confident and less stressed about paying their bills. They're not worried about what's going to happen if they have to kick the AC on a little higher, et cetera. Next slide, please. And when you're talking about doing energy efficiency retrofits across an entire portfolio, it frees up a lot of capital for you. So here's the owner of the Boulevard Apartments that we were just looking at. And he talked about how he had wanted to put in new parking lots for 2 of his buildings. And he wasn't able to do the capital improvements until he ended up with the savings. So that freed him up some net operating income. Next slide, please. Here's another one. This is 31 units, 30,000 invested total. 12,000 of that was financed through a low interest loan. I believe it was at 4%. And this particular building increased their net operating income by 14,000 a year. Next slide. This is Marcia Ellis. She doesn't have a large portfolio, at least she didn't at the time, but she did have a 6-plex. And we worked with her on getting a high efficiency steam boiler. We sealed in the roof cavity and put in insulation, put in LED lighting, put in bathroom and kitchen aerators to cut down on water use, and insulated her pipes. Next slide. So all in all, after utility incentives, the cost to her was $17,211, but she ended up saving $3,000 a year. So a simple payback on that, she's right at about 5.5 years. And, you know, she said a lot of really beautiful things about how much of a difference it made and how happy her tenants are and how her rate of complaints has gone down, which is great for everyone. Next slide, please. So there's another another portfolio set where we did some insulation and some air sealing. Next slide. So for the entire portfolio, you can see the cost was about $28,000 total, and the payback averaged over the portfolio was 4.6 years. Next slide. For them, that translated to a rate of return on their investment of 10%, which is better than what you'd get in a retirement savings account. Next slide. So there are literally hundreds of thousands of properties that Elevate has independently or with a partner retrofitted. So we have stories galore. And so I tried to pick and choose some that would just highlight it, but we have lots more case studies on the website. There are some things that we've learned, next slide, that are really specific to multifamily properties, and they really speak to the issue of the split incentive. Building owners do not know as much about the internalized financial benefits for themselves as they do about the benefits to their tenants, like the fact that they have increased net operating income, decreased gas costs, especially for those owners who still pay the gas, and increased rental income as a flat dollar amount that they get to keep, as opposed to having to pay back out as an expense. We also learned a lot about Chicago, obviously, since that's where everything got started. In Chicago, utility costs are twice the cost of property taxes. So that's a cost that represents an element that building owners can control. And so you can sort of mitigate your cash flow losses by factoring that in, and that can be a motivating factor anywhere that utility costs are quite high or property taxes are quite low. Also, we learned that over half of mortgages are refinanced. In south of part of Chicago, it was right at 50%. So that represents an opportunity because you're talking about people who are looking specifically at the right time and the right availability of capital to look at a long-term investment that may not pay back in 1 to 2 years, but it's a good outreach opportunity, I guess you might say. Next slide. The other thing to bear in mind is that some people who rent out their multifamily properties, those properties are subsidized. And so they feel like there's a cap on what they would be able to benefit. And if they invested in energy efficiency, then the utility allowance would go down. So the overall amount that they got from the subsidy would go down. And so there's a disincentive to do it. But there's actually been a lot of interest in flexible utility allowances, so that, say you invest in utilities and you bring the cost of your utilities, like in this graphic, down 10%. Now the utilities cost $90, and you can now charge $410 in rent, because, in this scenario, $500 is the representative 30% that you're allowed to charge. So if you were able to recoup that difference, then there would no longer be that disincentive, quite the opposite. And so that's become popular in California and in Florida. And I believe ACEEE put out some information on it in their 2014 summer study as well. So it's not necessarily just like naturally occurring affordable housing, although that does represent the majority of the market. It's also applicable to subsidized housing. Next slide. Okay, so if you guys have any questions, you can feel free to reach out to me or to our website. And I don't have anything else. So Travis, I'll let you take back over.
All right. Thank you, Sarah. I'm going to bring on Clark, and he's going to take us through the next section. And Clark, I think due to how the slides are moving, I'll just keep moving them along on my end for you.
Okay, sounds like a plan. We'll get started then. Good morning, everyone. My name is Clark Ballou Crawford. I currently work as an energy management specialist within Columbia Water and Light's Utility Services Division. Our main responsibility is to manage and implement a variety of energy efficiency programming and to facilitate energy efficiency upgrades for both residential and commercial customers. Today, I'll be talking about the nuts and bolts of a similar energy efficiency study that Sarah had talked about, but one that was here in Columbia, Missouri that we undertook with MEI. I'll kind of talk about the nuts and bolts of that study before I turn it over to Travis Wood to kind of expand on that. So next slide. So for those unfamiliar with Columbia, Missouri, we're the quintessential college town. We have 3 main campuses here in Columbia with several different smaller satellite campuses. So all that is to say is that we have a lot of renters, a lot of students coming in year round. Our population is about 120,000 people, and of those 120,000, it is estimated that about 53% are renters with an average tenancy length of only about 10 months. With them being such a major part of our market, obviously, we need to penetrate that area and see where we can't help both the tenants and both the property owners to make those their properties more efficient. Another piece of important information is that the City of Columbia implemented the Home Performance with Energy Star program back in 2008. This program helps to bridge the split incentive gap that Sarah had touched on, where tenants don't see a benefit to spend money on a property that they're not going to stay in for very long, whereas owners don't see that benefit for a property they don't pay the utilities on. So this Home Performance program, we help we offer rebates for adding things like attic insulation, replacing heating and cooling equipment, insulating ductwork, things like of that nature. Next slide. All right, so where did we get started? So the first thing we decided to do was that we gathered all of the homes that participated in our Home Performance with Energy Star program in 2017. We used that as the control year. There was about 600 to 700 total houses that went through the program that year, and of those, about 60 were rentals. We went through all those different rentals and we whittled the list down to about 30 based on a set of different criteria. The biggest issue with a lot of the rentals were there was gaps in utility usage. So, we were comparing usage prior to improvements and post improvements. And that makes it hard to do if, there's nobody living in that unit for 4 months out of the year when we're looking at that. So that's the biggest reason. But anyway, we ended up with 30 total rental properties, that we looked at. We then gathered raw electricity and available gas usage data for the years before and after, so 2016 and then 2018, so pre-improvements and post-improvements. And then in order to standardize for differences in weather between comparison years, I used a usage per degree day calculation that we'll get into a little bit more on this next slide. We won't spend a whole heck of a lot of time on it, but we'll kind of cover it. So next slide. All right. So to standardize for weather differences, we first researched how many combined heating and cooling degree days were in each comparison year, so 2016 and 2018. We then divided the total usage, so either kilowatt hours or gas CCFs, by that number to get a usage per degree day number. What we then did was took the average number of degree days in 2016 and 2018 and multiplied that usage per degree day number by that average number of degree days. And that's how we came up with the normalized kilowatt and kilowatt hour usage, as well as natural gas CCF usage for the properties that we had available. Next slide. So before we get into the results, here are a couple statistics that give a general idea of what types of properties participated in the study. One of the limitations of that home performance program is that only single family homes, duplexes, and townhouses can participate. We don't currently offer rebates for multi-level apartment buildings, which is a good chunk of our market that unfortunately we haven't been able to penetrate yet. But for this study, like I said, we're going to be looking at both the single family and duplexes and townhomes. Of the properties we looked at, 47% are older than 1960, and only 13% have been built in the last 20 years. So it's obviously going to be a little bit older, skewed data, but we anecdotally felt that that was accurate for the rentals here in Columbia. And then as far as building footprint, only 23% of the properties we looked at measured larger than 1,500 square feet. So most of them are going to be obviously pretty small, which is consistent with most duplexes and rental properties that tend to be quite older. So next slide. So we can go ahead and jump into the results now. On average, the studied properties saw realized utility bill savings of about $318 annually. That figure combines both electricity and natural gas expenditures, so that's across the board. We used an average cost of 11 cents per kilowatt hour. Columbia does have a tiered electric billing system, but for most customers, 11 cents is going to be a pretty good average. And then we used an average of $1 per CCF of gas, just to make it a good round number. I know that fluctuates quite a bit depending on time of year, so we had to pick something, but of the 30 properties studied, 20 saw a reduction in usage after improvements were made to their dwellings. Next slide. Moving on to just electric savings. Since we are an electric utility, we did have a lot more of that information than we did natural gas data. We studied, like I said, 15 single family homes and 15 attached homes. So we do have a good combination of both. Savings were much higher for single family homes than they were for townhouses or duplexes, something that is to be expected with just the fact that single family homes tend to have higher usage overall. You know, they're not attached, so they're going to have to heat and cool quite a bit more than what the townhouse or duplex was. So that was to be expected. Anecdotally, I can also say that many of the single family homes were older than the duplexes and townhomes. You know, a lot of our affordable housing, if it is a single family home, is going to be from, you know, the 1920s and 30s compared to the newer duplexes here in town. So that could be another reason that those single family homes saw such a large improvement. Next slide. So as this translates to actual electric usage, the single family properties saw an average reduction of about 3,800 kilowatt hours annually, whereas the attached properties saw a reduction of only about 1,500 kilowatt hours on average. So still quite a bit considering the less usage that they do see over the course of the year. Next slide. So as far as what improvements were made to each property, we can look at the following graphs. The only upgrade that was done by the majority of the properties was adding attic insulation, which was done by 83%. The attic insulation is kind of a low-hanging fruit upgrade. It has a quick return on investment compared to many others and a low upfront cost, so it's a little bit more palatable for property owners. All other upgrades that we offer rebates for, like replacing windows and doors, replacing heating and cooling equipment, and insulating ducts in unconditioned spaces, were done by less than a fourth of the properties that we looked at. So next slide. So now one of the common misconceptions we do hear in this line of work is that in order to reduce usage drastically or even enough to make a difference, that owners must spend an exorbitant amount of money on property upgrades, which doesn't necessarily have to be the case. If we look at this graph here, of the studied properties, only 17% of owners invested more than $5,000, and almost all of those were heating and cooling systems. I think there might have been one or two window and door jobs, but mainly heating and cooling equipment. 53%, so over half of the properties invested less than $1,000. And so again, that's going to go back to those kind of that attic insulation, that air sealing, those cheaper things that can make a large difference. Next slide. So lastly, we'll go over some main takeaways from this study. First off, the major one is that 20 of the 30 properties we looked at did reduce their usage, something that we considered impressive with the massive amount of tenant turnover and other factors that make studying this rental market so difficult. As we alluded to in the last slide, it's also fairly evident that many of these properties don't need to see a massive investment to see a difference. One thing I like to tell property owners is that picking off that low-hanging fruit is certainly better than not picking any fruit at all. And that it does make a difference. Lastly, I would say that this case comes with the caveat that further studies are definitely needed to fully understand the impact of efficiency upgrades on rental properties. Due to the limitations in property data and workforce, we were only able to examine a small set of data, 30 houses, which again, it's better than nothing, but obviously we want to expand that whenever we can. As we move forward, I think examining the impact that these upgrades have on tenant satisfaction, how they affect tenancy length and retainment, and if they are able to increase tenant financial stability would be valuable routes in understanding the true value of energy efficiency. I know that Sarah had kind of touched on that, but here locally, we have not dived that deep into it. So, but I would imagine that our results would mirror hers as well, that those are another major benefit to these as well. So thanks for listening, everyone. I'll now turn it over to Travis Wood to further expand on this study.
All right, thank you, Clark. All right, I'm going to take us through the second half of the study that we put together with Columbia Water and Light, a paper which we'll release after this event. As a reminder, I'm the Policy and Program Manager here at MEI. We're excited about today's event. Just as a quick note, I'll be running things behind the scenes today. If you have any issues with anything or if you have any questions, feel free to use that chat box and question and answer box and bring things to our attention. So as Clark mentioned in the results, what we did see was average annual consumption reductions, which also obviously connected to reduced energy bills for the tenants. So what we did in the second half of this paper is really looked at linking the case study results in Columbia to some of the larger body of research that's been done. Some of that's multifamily housing, some of that's single family. But connecting what some of those impacts are for both the tenants and the property owners. So connecting to some of the studies that Sarah mentioned out of Chicago and Department of Energy, seeing gas consumption costs declines of 25% following efficiency improvements. Looking at Boulder, Colorado's Smart Regs program, which came out in 2010. After initial results, they looked at savings of 23 to 52%. Looking at average annual savings of over $300, with our results having average reductions of 25% in energy usage, looking at electricity over $300 and gas at $86. We can see that those results dovetail somewhat with other studies that are out there and show that these improvements can have the opportunity to have a real impact on consumption. And of course, energy costs. Those energy costs obviously will increase disposable income for tenants. That's especially important for renters who tend to have lower incomes than owner occupiers. And so we can see that they're also going to have increased energy burden. So this has the opportunity to impact that and impact economic stability, as Sarah mentioned. So studies out of owner-occupier properties have shown lower default risks with energy efficiency improvements, 32% lower. And tenants who have lower utility bills, as Sarah mentioned, have more confidence in paying their bills. And this is incredibly important for property owners as well, who are really depending on those timely rental payments. And so money saved on those energy bills can be used on consumer goods and services in the community. And studies have shown that that disposable income tends to stay in the community more than money that's spent on utility bills, which will flow out of the community. So looking at impacts for the property owners as well, obviously, focusing on this split incentive issue, cutting energy consumption is going to impact tenants directly with their energy bill, but it's also going to have impacts to the property owners, as Sarah mentioned. So reducing tenant turnover is a big one. So properties with green certifications have shown improved tenant satisfaction. And studies have found that vacancy rates have been lower for those properties where efficiency improvements have been invested in. Tenants with lower energy bills, turnover tends to be slower in those units. And what you can see here is a graphic. There was a survey done of property owners just showing how often the frequency of turnover costs came up. This is something that internal rental industry data looks at average utility average turnover cost at about $1,000 a unit. That can obviously range depending on where the property is, but this can be a significant recurring cost for property owners. As Sarah mentioned, net operating income and rental income can be increased, right, with efficiency improvements. So there was a study that looked at 10 different cities at rental listings, and those with energy efficiency features had rental premiums from 6 to 14%. Net operating income can increase through increased rental income, and this can come from charging higher rents, or it can come from increased occupancy, or a combination of both. And obviously more data that we have in different studies to look at occupancy rate can shed light on what exactly is happening with the net operating income. And what I should have mentioned here is net operating income can impact property value, right? Depending on where that property is and the level of risk and value that the properties around it have, increasing that net operating income can, improve the property value for that property owner. Another way to get at net operating income is looking at expenses. Obviously, reduced energy costs are going to directly impact those tenants who are paying for their energy bills. But property owners can benefit from these improvements through operation and maintenance costs. Studies out there have been somewhat of a mixed bag in the residential rental market. Some studies have actually found increases in repair costs, but some of that has been attributed to having greater occupancy rates. Other studies have found, significant decreases in occupation and maintenance costs. So, this is an area that is definitely ripe for further study. One thing we touched on in our paper as well is the non-economic benefits to the tenants and how this can impact the property owners as well. We didn't go into great detail in our paper, but there's definitely a lot of groups that are doing some really interesting research here. I know Renew Missouri and Missouri Foundation for Health are looking at this issue and doing some outreach around this issue. Energy efficiency upgrades have been shown to improve indoor air quality, improve and create a healthier living environment. So reducing those air contaminants, allergens, symptoms associated with asthma. Obviously, those improvements that are improving ventilation, air sealing, insulation, impact on extreme temperatures can improve health outcomes as well. And these are really significant and important. The more often that individuals have to go to the doctor, have healthcare expenses, it's going to impact their ability to go to work, their ability to go to school, and it's going to impact the property owners as well in receiving those timely rental payments and having tenants who are stable and can remain in their building. Obviously, with everything going on with the current health crisis, indoor air quality is of paramount importance. And so this is an area of focus to look at with these energy efficiency improvements. Lastly, just to reiterate what Clark showed you with the data, small investments can have big impacts. Looking at our study, looking at other studies out there, you can look at $3,000 on down these investments in properties come with big impacts, reduce consumption, reducing the energy bills for those tenants. So this doesn't have to be an incredibly large investment. When we talk about that low-hanging fruit, it really does have benefits to both property owners and tenants. And so as Clark mentioned, there's definitely room for more research to be done here. And I think that's something we're excited to look at. You know, when we look at occupancy rates or digging into expenses for tenants and property owners, there's definitely a lot more data to get at. And even outside of course, the research we're doing, the research Elevate Energy is doing, there's definitely room for long-term, robust empirical research for residential rental properties to really get at how to tackle that split incentive and how to reduce that energy efficiency gap between, you know, what's economically feasible and makes economic sense and what's actually being realized out there in the market. All right, so I'm going to go over any questions that we have here. Feel free to enter any questions you have in the chat box. All right, I'm going to unmute our panelists. All right, so one question I got was on the case studies. They said they're guessing that they show best case scenarios. Any insight into projects that may have been less successful? Is there any sense of an average or median savings across the region for these kind of projects?
Yeah, so I saw that question, and that was from Richard, right?
Yes.
So there are a couple of things that come to my mind because I've looked through quite a bit of research to prepare for this morning. So as far as the energy savings, there is quite a range, and it obviously depends on the building year and condition, but it averages around 30%. It can range from 20 to 60. And that being said, that's, you know, we're not necessarily looking at houses that were built in 2005. We're looking more at houses from the 80s and prior to that. And as far as the case studies that show like the best case scenarios, that's absolutely true. We do love to show you those. But for the ones that talk about net operating income and those increases, the case study, the one building, the best building, came in at like 5.6%, but the average overall for all the buildings in the study was 1.6% increase in net operating income. So 1.6% is modest, but still a good amount to work with.
All right, thank you. Another question I wanted to throw out there, Clark, just with the results of this study, I want, you know, if you could share maybe how they're being used by Columbia Water and Light, you know, who they're being shared with, and any sort of, you know, next steps you see you all taking with this data.
Yeah, so I think the biggest thing we're doing is making it available. You know, the kind of like Sarah had mentioned earlier, the more that we educate tenants and the more that we educate property owners on, you know, the options that are out there, what can make a big difference, what's really beneficial versus what's not, that sort of thing. You know, a lot of these issues, I think, you know, in the long run, the market can almost, you know, work itself out. If we can educate tenants to look for, you know, more efficient dwellings, and we can, you know, provide them with this evidence that, you know, hey, a lot of folks in your situation have seen a benefit from these energy efficiency upgrades. You know, next time you go look at a property, ask these specific questions, see, and just let them know kind of what to look for. So I guess that would be the biggest thing that I'm doing. I tend to work more on the front line unless, big picture policy wise, but I do find that to be a tremendous benefit for tenants that we talk to every day that call us and say, hey, I have a really high utility bill. The property owner, for instance, told me, hey, this is all electric, it's 100% efficient. Well, what they don't tell you is that that electric appliance is 3 times more expensive to run, than a gas appliance would be, just something like that. So that's kind of how I'm using it. It's just to bring it to tenants and kind of bring it to that front line, the group of people, and say, here's this data, we have, proof that these things work, these are worthwhile, and do with it what you will, basically. We just like to educate people, I think, better more than anything. So
I guess the last question I'll throw out there is just, and maybe Sarah, you could take this one on, is just with your research with Elevate Energy, are there certain strategies that you think are the most effective when it comes to tackling the split incentive issue, and maybe any future research that you all have or you're looking at to kind of expand upon that would, sort of help in this area?
Yeah, so I'd say it's definitely not one size fits all. So you don't want to recommend the same thing for every single building, but it does help if you can pre-segment the market, because, building growth comes in spurts. So a lot of things that get built in the same 5-year period are going to be facing the same issues. And that could sort of help guide you to narrow down what sort of retrofits might make the most sense in any given place. And so, speaking to Clark's point about not wanting to put in, not necessarily wanting to fuel switch and increase your costs that way, doesn't always make sense, right? The thing that I think is the most exciting is the work that we're doing to quantify the non-energy benefits. So Travis, this is one thing that you talked about. You were drawing the connection between energy efficiency measures and indoor air quality. And what we're trying to do through our work in Detroit, as well as here in Kansas City, through partnerships with Children's Mercy and some other folks, we are trying to correlate the energy efficiency retrofits with certain respiratory health outcomes, such as fewer incidents of asthma attacks or ER visits, et cetera. What I think is really great about that is that not only are you able to open up that conversation and look at the building as more than a shell, it's actually a home, and the people who live there need to be healthy, and it can give you a tool for those conversations, but it can also help you see that there are a lot of people who could help fund efforts like this because it's in their best interest. People who are interested in seeing fewer respiratory cases would do well to make sure that indoor air quality is good. So anyway, that's just my thought.
All right, well, I want to thank our panelists today for this session. And the collaboration, the paper with Columbia Water and Light and MEI, be on the lookout for that. We'll be releasing that after the event. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Clark. And we will be starting the next session on energy efficiency school case studies in just a few minutes. We'll play a short video for you, and then we will be starting that up. Thank you.
matter, if you aren't in the energy field, you use energy every day.
Well, consumers are really interested in a number of different things. They want choices. They want to be able to have energy at an affordable cost, and they want to make sure that it's reliable and efficient.
So long as you have that reliable energy, it's not really very costly, people don't really think much about it. But really there's a lot going on behind the scenes.
Become part of Missouri's energy solution. Visit moenergy.org.
All right. Thank you for continuing to join. If you have any other questions about this morning's session, feel free to continue to send them in. We'll be happy to share them with the other panelists. I'm excited now to be able to bring to you a topic that's on many minds for a variety of different reasons, and that's schools. If you're like me and you have school-age kids, you have no idea what's going to happen today or the next month or so, but we're not going to be addressing that particular topic. Hopefully one a little bit more positive, and that is specifically looking at energy efficiency within the school system. We know that schools, municipal buildings in general, have a significant amount of opportunity for energy efficiency. Schools are looking for ways to cut costs as much as they can, and I'm excited today to have a great group of panels here to present to you. Specifically, we have Eric with Sustainability and Purchasing Director at the Parkway School District in St. Louis. We have Rick, who is the Director of Operations at the Center School District in Kansas City. Paul, which is the President, PM Contracting, and Jennifer, who is with Train. They're going to present to you today on this particular issue. And we hear a lot of times that, policies are interesting, studies are interesting, but we really want to know what are the nuts and bolts, what are the moving parts, how are things actually working out there. That's how a lot of you learn better, learn how to implement things in your own backyard. So with that, Travis, if we can bring Eric, Jennifer, and Paul on, I think we're going to actually start with Eric from Parkway School District to talk about the work that he and the Parkway School District have been doing.
All right, Eric, you should be on, and I'll go ahead and advance your slides since we had a few issues with that earlier.
Good to know. Great. Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with everyone today. My name is Eric Leaders. I'm the Director of Sustainability Purchasing for Parkway School District. So it means a couple different hats. So I'm in charge of our procurement of everything. So that means everything from pencils to working through procurement initiatives for capital replacement, buildings, furnishings, anything that exists with a purchase order. That is something that falls under my purview, as well as I'm in charge of our sustainability initiative. So there's great opportunity to blend that together and ensuring that our specifications are aligned with what our goals are of the district. So I'm going to talk a little bit about kind of what our journey has been within the district. I've been here now about 12 years, and we have continued to make this long churn of reducing our energy usage and have been able to do so, I like to say, pretty effectively. So, but that's one component of what we're doing with regards to sustainability. We're trying to approach a whole school sustainability approach, which includes more items than just energy. So, next slide, please. So why are we doing this? So there's a variety of reasons. One reason is that we've got CO2 concentration that's gone through the roof. This is concerning. It's concerning for a variety of reasons, but if you want to go to the next slide. It's our students. So the reason that I'm employed at the district, the reason that we're all employed here at Parkway is we're student-centric. we are recognizing that there is an ever-changing world that we're preparing students for. That is actually within our district mission, is that we're part of what we're doing here is to create students that can respond to the challenges in an ever-changing world. This world's changing pretty quickly, as we're all kind of experiencing right now. So what we want to be making sure is that we're doing our part to ensure that we're creating a better world for our students, as well as ensuring that the dollars that we're spending are best used to educate our students rather than pay utilities. So what we want to do is be the most cognizant as possible of our tax funded budget. Next slide, please. So with that, we've participated within a variety of different programs to kind of engage into whole school sustainability. So from USGBC's Green Apple Day service, would engage students in different ways to learn about energy use and to learn about what ways that they can make a quick impact on their school, to the regional USGBC Missouri Gateway program, which most schools within Missouri fall the ability to be eligible to participate in. This is a program that pairs a mentor with a school into having a long-ranging program to make an improvement within their school and to make it more green and sustainable in a variety of different ways, to include energy. Better Buildings Challenge. So this is something through the U.S. Department of Energy that we enrolled in. I'll talk about that a little bit more in a minute, as well as the U.S. Department of Education and Green Ribbon Schools. So we have 6 Green Ribbon schools within Parkway School Districts, and we are also just this year have been recognized as a Green Ribbon School District. So and that revolves around a few different pillars, to include ensuring that we're reducing resource consumption, improving the overall health and wellness of our buildings and operations, and we're also pursuing sustainability and environmental related education. Next slide, please. So again, our approach, looking at this, so triple bottom line, people, planet, profit. It's something that many of us are familiar with, but we're trying to make sure that we have a appropriate intersection of all that. Example being that if we're talking about HVAC systems, especially in the world of COVID, how are we running those HVAC systems? Are we ventilating appropriately? It's not all about just reducing as much airflow as possible for the purpose of energy savings. That's never our goal. What we're trying to do is we're actually bringing solutions forward at times that maybe run counter to energy consumption. However, is important for our students' overall safety and health. But trying to find that overall balance of what we can do most effectively, that intersection there of being economically mindful, ensuring that we have a safe environment to learn, and reducing the emissions that we are putting out into the environment. So when we review how energy is used, so this is just a kind of a CBEX snapshot, not necessarily Parkway's portfolio makeup, but this helps guide our approach as to what we need to be focusing on. So as many of us know, HVAC is going to be the predominant factor of where our energy use comes from. Lighting being another big percentage of that. And so when we are approaching what we're focusing on, that is also what we're doing. And so we're doing a couple different things. We're looking at efficiency as conservation. And when we're doing that, we want to make sure that we're upgrading our buildings and our equipment as efficiently as possible. However, we want to make sure that we're not utilizing it in excess when we don't need to. And I think that is a critical component that we've been pretty resolved on, of ensuring that anytime that there is an event, or anytime that there is not an event, or an event gets canceled, or if there's a strategy of trying to run a building as if it was fully occupied all the time, we're making sure that we have the procedures in place to vet that, to make sure that those changes are happening and they're appropriate. Because the best thing that we can possibly do is turn stuff off when we're not using it. Next slide, please. So kind of circle back to the Better Buildings Challenge. So this is a program that organizations can sign on to and commit with the U.S. Department of Energy to identify what a goal. So we investigated this several years ago and identifying, okay, well, what are we going to do here? Is this right for us? Can we do it? Is it achievable? So we're identifying that we're going to pledge to improve our energy efficiency by 20% within 10 years. So that's something we can do. we already had a downward trajectory. We had a little bit of a spike when we were considering this around 2014 or so. And so what we figured that absolutely, yes, this is something that's right for us. Next slide, please. And what that would mean is that we would actually save, this is actually an old slide, so forgive me, but this is showing that what at that 20% savings could do at the time when we were evaluating this. So that's $962,000. It's a lot of money. 13 teachers, salaries and benefits. So this is what like kind of an or thing. So 13 teachers, 10,000 textbooks, et cetera. So it is an absolutely significant portion, but we're saving this, and we're saying this and with importance of we absolutely need to be saving energy. A caveat that we presented at the time, this is before Ameren kind of changed their rate structure in how it was going to be forward. But at the time, we're experiencing on average about a 5% increase a year. So not only are we talking about saving money, we're talking about if we don't do this, we're going to be spending a whole lot more money. So it's all the more critical that we engage in this to make sure that we have, again, those tax dollars to educate our students as opposed to having to use more tax dollars to pay for utilities. So this is a kind of graphic that Energy Star portfolio manager has kind of set out. It's very simple, but it absolutely makes sense. So what we did is we made that commitment. We identified what our goals were. We set that goal of 20% over 10 years. We created an action plan. Our action plan was something that's to a certain extent a comprehensive approach over how we're going to address energy and how we're going to get commitment within the district. We implemented that. We needed to evaluate our progress as we went along year over year and to see where we need to make improvements and what opportunities would arise, and then recognize achievements later on. So I'll touch on that a little bit more in a minute. Next slide, please. This gets back to the idea of whole school sustainability. So what we're talking about a lot about here is the physical place. So we're looking at progressive efficiency. So on that kind of that top left portion of this, there's other things that we're wanting to focus on: educational program, organizational culture, because sustainability is not any one of these things in isolation. It's something that we need to if we want it to be long lasting and across organization, it is something that needs to be addressing all these different elements. Next slide, please. And this is kind of gets to an approach of how we actually go through change. We're kind of restructuring. We're trying to get people on board. And this is a graphic from Bob Doppelt's book that talks about organizational change with sustainability. It is terrific that I recommend for anyone. Next slide, please. So how do we go about it? Curricular side of things, what we actually wanted to do is we wanted to ensure that we're getting students involved. And what we're doing is we actually have integrated sustainability into our curriculum. Project Lead the Way, utilizing the support of Missouri Botanical Gardens Earthway Centers to actually create some education for sustainability standards within our elementary STEM curriculum. This has included teacher involvement and had more buy-in, and this is great learning opportunities for students. It's something that there's a lot of great resources that are out there as far as what activity students can do. But we identified as our teachers could not do yet another thing. We needed to integrate into our curriculum that we already existed. So we actually had to go through a process of making those connections. Next slide. And so facilities, so kind of getting more towards the nuts and bolts of how we're saving energy. So we took a variety of above all approach with how we're looking through this, from plug load management, HVAC, going through retro commissioning, monitoring base commissioning, lighting upgrades to LED, envelope, meaning that we're improving our SRI of our roof surfaces as well as our R value to fall in line with, anytime we do capital replacement, to fall in line with this advanced energy design guideline for K-12 school buildings for 50% energy reduction. This was put out by ASHRAE at a minimum. And so with that, we essentially set our specifications for any time that we're doing bond issue capital replacement work. It falls in line with those specs, and that we're going to use that as a minimum and strive towards a zero net energy building when and where possible. Next slide. This is a big component here. So as far as financing, what we want to do is we wanted to figure out how can we perpetuate this, because this requires investment, and how do we know that it's going to have a return on investment? How can we best appropriate those funds to grow momentum and accelerate momentum? So there's mechanisms out there such as energy efficiency revolving loan funds. State of Missouri has something to that effect, as well as a lot of higher education universities do. But how can we create something internally? Is something we want to look at. Next slide. So what we actually did is we did, again, as far as financing, we took a variety of different approaches. We used performance contracts. We installed a geothermal plant at one of our high schools. We've done a lot of lighting upgrades, envelope upgrades, HVAC replacements, all striving for those higher levels of efficiency and higher thermal insulation values. We used the State of Missouri loan for energy efficiency for all of our exterior LED lighting. We converted all of those within a matter of a year, while there is still Ameren rebate for that, which was terrific. And then using those utility rebate incentives we got from all those different programs to create what we would, it's not really, but what we kind of refer to as like a revolving loan fund. We take all that money, all those incentives, put that in a separate pot. We use that pot to do other efficiency upgrades and then get incentives on those, refill that pot, et cetera. So we're using that for a variety of different initiatives. So again, a lot of low-hanging fruit revolves around lighting. It's essentially cheap labor to install. We have a great return as far as energy goes. It's simple to do. We're not having to do massive design required with that. That said, we are doing capital replacements, and we're making sure that we're achieving greater efficiency. We're doing those related projects. So we received a lot of money. So over the years, we've received over around $1.5 million from the utility rebate programs that exist from Ameren Aspire. We've also received another $1.6 million in solar rebates for our solar program that we have up there. That was when the incentive was a little bit higher, as well as we have a 25 kilowatt array on all of our buildings that we installed through a solar lease program. It's not a power purchase agreement, but it's a lease agreement. And so that lease was guaranteed to have a flat lease rate that was lower than our utility rate at the time at no upfront costs. And so that was an excellent program. And those solar utility rebates we passed on to the owner essentially is what allowed us to have that great program. And since then, we've installed additional solar arrays throughout the district to expand some existing on multiple sites. And so we've used those rebates again back into this utility rebate incentive pool. There's a revolving loan fund to fund other projects, such as what we're exploring now is looking through more monitoring based or retrocommissioning based programs for greater efficiency, potentially expanding our geothermal capacity, potentially expanding lighting, or doing additional HVAC control upgrade and modernization programs. Next slide. We're also doing some other things related to technology. So this is like plug load management for all of our PCs. So we're a large district. We have 17.5, well, large for St. Louis area, 17,500 students, 3.3 million square feet. So there's a lot of devices that are out there, and being able to control those, that has helped our plug load tremendously. Next slide. Purchasing, again, like I mentioned, there's a lot of different elements that we've been able to have that intersection between sustainability and purchasing, but identifying specifications across multiple product categories that are essentially greener, that has third-party certification to verify that they are greener. Side. So and with that, at the end, so back to the Better Building Challenge, we did actually hit that. We had 10 years to complete. We used 2015 as a baseline. We actually completed it in 2019. So we had 25% energy reduction in a matter of 4 years. So we did a tremendous amount of work, and it's been shown up in our utility bills for sure. So it's a lot of money that's being saved, a lot of emissions that's being reduced. So thank you so much.
Eric, thank you so much. Amazing work that you guys are doing. I think it's fantastic that you're not only looking at the buildings and the properties, but you're engaging the students in this as well with the Earthway Center. On the other side of the state, we have Rick and Paul, who will be talking to you about what they've done there at the Center School District in Kansas City. And with that, Rick and Paul, I'll hand it over to you.
Very good, thank you. As he stated, my name is Rick Carpenter. Kind of give you a little background. I've been in education now for about 29 years. I was in higher ed for 25 years. I ran a college campus in Iowa, and then moved to the K-12. And then coming into the K-12 system about 3 years ago, I was tasked the charge of upgrading our district here at Center School District. When I came upon the district, we did a facilities audit, and we were looking at about a $225 million need. And just like a lot of districts throughout the country, we had a shortage of funds and operations funds to be able to proceed with what we needed to get done. And so in my research, I was looking at different things and what we could do. And in my research, we were able to come across and be able to do an ESCO. And through a very long process and lots of conversations with our board and through our superintendent, we were able to do a contract with Navitas, an ESCO company here in Kansas City. And what I was finding out is through our operations, and we were kind of outdated, just kind of give you a very blanket look at it. We still had T12s and T8s throughout our district. Our HVAC system was very outdated. Our heating system was outdated. We didn't have much weatherization in our facilities. I'll give you an example, a neighboring district that was twice the size of us was spending twice the less amount of money that we were spending. We were spending around about $1.3 million on electricity, and we're about half the size they were, and they were spending about $600,000 a year on electricity. So there's a huge need, and being able to show that need to the board and to administration was part of my responsibility. And we would not have been able to do it without doing an ESCO because we just didn't have the funds. But it didn't make practical sense to go out and spend that type of electricity bill when we knew there was different ways of saving that. So through that and through with Navitas and getting that through, we were able to do a $10 million ESCO with them to upgrade our facilities all the way from roofs, all the way to HVAC, all the way to doing interior and exterior lighting throughout our district. So I wanted to share that with you because maybe there's a lot of districts that are out there that are in a financial crisis that we were in a sense that you really can't dip into your reserves to be able to pay for some of those operations that are needed. And with that, we really developed a great partnership with Navitas, and not only that, but with PM. And PM was able to come in and really help upgrade our standards and our heating and our cooling throughout our district. And at that time, what I would like to do is turn this over to Paul, who is the president of PM, and kind of share some of the nuts and the bolts of what they did with our district to be able to increase our efficiency throughout our district.
Good morning. My name is Paul Pfannenstiel, and I'm president of PM Contracting. PM Contracting is a design build mechanical contracting company based in Kansas City. We design, install, and service energy efficient HVAC systems for schools, churches, office buildings, and industrial properties. We work in conjunction with ESCOs around the states of Kansas and Missouri. ESCOs, of course, stands for Energy Service Contractors. We're primarily based in Kansas, Missouri, but we travel outside those areas. What you'll see on the screen, you'll see a rotating loop that reflects the work that we did for the Center School District. And a lot of these pictures are going to show the thermal ice storage system that was installed for the high school. The high school is a large building. I believe it's probably close to 80 or 100,000 square feet, and it was served by a 350-ton air-cooled chiller. Energy efficiency for the HVAC that we install can take the form of many different types of design. As a design build contractor, we're not tied to just one system. We find that we, over the years, installed ground source, water source, heat pump loops with chillers and boilers, pumps, package units, split systems. Lately, we've been installing a lot of variable refrigerant flow systems, or VRF. VRF has become more and more commonplace throughout the country. Manufacturers such as Mitsubishi, Daikin, LG, Fujitsu, Hitachi, Toshiba primarily are the drivers between that type of system. One of the systems that we see in large buildings is chillers and boilers. In Rick's district, one of his larger schools, the high school, it was utilizing a air-cooled chiller and boiler for a 4-pipe loop. And so the typical 4-pipe loop is chilled water, which is flowing through air handling units, fan coils, terminal boxes, as well as hot water for the heat transfer inside the building. And so the typical chillers can comprise themselves of water-cooled or air-cooled. And that is the application where we look at that we can turn towards a thermal ice storage system, as what you see in the screen. The difference between a water-cooled and an air-cooled chiller, of course, is a water-cooled chiller is more efficient, utilizes a cooling tower with an open water loop for the heat rejection. The air-cooled has a closed loop, and what you see on the screen is an example of the air-cooled system. Water-cooled, as I said, is more efficient. However, the drawbacks of the water-cooled is it uses more water through evaporation. It requires more chemical treatment than the closed-loop air-cooled. So at the Center High School, what we had was a 350-ton air-cooled system, which is really a perfect application with going ice storage. It was an old 20-year-old chiller, and at about 1.5 kW per ton, it was using about 600 kW of energy or electricity to run it. You combine that with the method of pumping, the primary secondary distribution system. It was an old, inefficient system. Could you scroll perhaps to the page that shows the layout on the pad? Right there. Okay, right there. And so what we were charged with doing was that we took the footprint of the area that the chiller was at, and we kind of created these blocks to say the new chiller will go in one area, the ice skid will go in another area, and the storage tanks for the frozen ice will go in another area. And so there was always so much real estate that we could use, and we kind of situated the layout so that it would be easily piped and the flow diagram would work, and B, that there would be enough maintenance and service access space to be able to reach all the components within that area. And so there's basically three parts of the ice storage system. There's the storage tanks, which the water is kept in, which freezes. There's the ice skid, which contains the pumps, the variable frequency drives. A lot of the intelligence is based in the ice skid, and then there's the chiller. And so you'll see in this diagram the dotted lines, which reflect the piping that goes between the chiller and the tanks and the ice skid, and the ice skid over back to the building. You can start the scroll again on the loop, Travis, if you will. So what exactly is ice storage? Let me read you the definition of ice storage according to one of the documents. An ice bank cool storage system, commonly called thermal energy storage, is a technology which shifts electrical load to off-peak hours, which will not only significantly lower energy and demand charges during the air conditioning season, but can also lower total energy usage, kWh, as well. It uses a standard chiller to produce solid ice at night during off-peak periods when the building's electrical loads are at a minimum. The electrical supplier's generating capacity is also typically underutilized at night, and consequently it rates the lowest charges then. The ice is built and stored in modular ice tanks to provide cooling to help meet the building's air conditioning load requirement the following day, allowing chillers to be downsized or turned off. So that is the primary reason why ice storage is being utilized now. is the fact that we can lower the demand rate for the school by using the chiller to take water, freeze it in those tanks that you see, and then during the day, it can melt the ice and use it for the air conditioning of the building. So let's say the typical school runs from 7 in the morning to 7 at night. So at 7 at night, we go to the ice making mode, to where the chiller takes instead of making 44-degree water, it will make 24-degree water, redirect that water to the tanks, freeze the ice. And that doesn't mean that it can't still provide air conditioning at night. You know, a series of valves will open, which will allow the water to be diverted to the building if it needs water during unoccupied. But primarily what it's going to be doing during unoccupied 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. is to create blocks of ice in those tanks. At 7 a.m., when the building goes occupied, then the water from the building is directed through the tanks. The ice is melting, and we're using that ice to cool the building. The sizing of the system is critical. We took a 350-ton air-cooled chiller at Center. We downsized it to 230 tons. And so the ice in the tanks is rated as ton hours. So if you take the combination of the ice in the tank and the smaller chiller, then that is what is used to carry the building during its peak times. One of the slides shows a flow diagram. If we can shift to the flow diagram of the school. Right there. Okay, so that flow diagram shows 50-degree water coming back from the building. It hits a pump, goes through the chiller, comes out of the chiller from 48 to 42, which is a 6-degree temperature drop, goes to the ice tank, gets dropped to 39 degrees, and then enters back into the building at 39.3 degrees. So there's one of the interesting parts of this program is that we can use what either is called demand limiting or load shift on how we control the ice plant. Demand limiting says we will use the chiller first when it comes to the air conditioning load. And only if the chiller can't keep up will we bring on the ice tanks. The second strategy is what's called load shifting, which says during the occupied period, we'll always use the ice first. And then if the ice starts to run out, then we'll bring the chiller in. So there is a ton of intelligence. There's a lot of control strategies that we use to control this plant. You know, we did work this project in conjunction with Trane. So Trane is probably the preeminent manufacturer of this type of system. So between Trane and PM Contracting, we at this point feel like we're pretty good at installing thermal ice storage systems. So in conclusion, there's many different types of energy efficient HVAC systems that are used to replace old equipment. Things to consider are the useful life for the equipment, the energy efficiency, importantly, the ability to maintain the equipment. We can put the most complicated system that works so great in, but if the district or us cannot maintain the equipment, then that's always an issue. Comfort requirements, temperature and humidity, and of course, indoor air quality is always, important with the times that we're going through now. So finally, in conclusion, if your school or building has a large chilled water system and the goal is to reduce electrical and utility demand charges, then I think you should probably consider thermal ice storage. Thank you.
There we go. I apologize. Did not mute myself. Thank you very much, Rick and Paul. That was extremely interesting. A great example of a different type of technology that not everybody's aware of that's out there. And I think it's appropriate that you had mentioned that the manufacturer of the product was Trane, and Trane is a very large company, does a variety of different things. And someone we've worked with over a number of years has agreed to join us today to talk about a variety of their projects that they've done on a different sector for Trane, and that's Jennifer. So with that, Jennifer, please jump on in and give us some of your great examples. I appreciate you joining us.
Thanks, Josh, and good morning, everyone. I'm thrilled to be here with you to talk a little bit about what I do every day with Trane. My name is Jennifer Geen. I'm a senior account manager, and I lead our public sector division for Missouri for our energy services division. We focus primarily on energy efficiency in school districts, municipalities, and healthcare institutions. You can advance to the next slide. So I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about energy performance contracting. The topic was mentioned by the last two presenters, just kind of going over that process, how it works, and why it's a good option for school districts. And then the benefits of using an energy services company like Trane. There's many ESCOs in the market. The previous presenter mentioned working with Navitas. Trane's just one of those options. We have a new parent company called Trane Technologies, so I'll spend a minute talking about that as it integrates really with our sustainable mission. I'll talk a little bit about the energy conservation measures that we typically recommend for districts that we evaluate and look at for you. Some financial options in this space in tandem with using the performance contract, and then of course some success stories. You can go ahead and advance. So for clients that want to take on a more comprehensive approach to upgrading their infrastructure, so more than just lighting or more than just HVAC, kind of looking at a bundled solution, what is the best way to tackle this? There is a method available to you in Missouri statutes, and if you want to Google that specific number 8.231, you'll get the specific legislation. But it's really just a process that's available and designed to make these infrastructure projects a little bit easier, both logistically and financially for districts, public entities. It minimizes the upfront capital that's required. You're really able to spread these project costs up to 15 years in Missouri. You're able to leverage your future guaranteed energy and operational cost savings. So really take these wasted dollars that you're spending on inefficient equipment and processes and help that fund the project that you're looking to accomplish. So this gives your district more money for either your scope. I think Paul and Rick mentioned that they had $200 million to fund at the center school district. So that scope is huge. You're able to expand that scope with taking that dollars that you're going to save and reinvesting it into these projects, or use it for critical initiatives that you need to spend money on. This process, it minimizes your investment risk and it really increases the overall accountability. And what we mean by that is the statute outlines that a shortfall check would have to be provided to the district if the annual energy performance guarantee is not met. So this really ensures that the best solution for the life cycle of the contract is going to be implemented and that the performance of the equipment is going to be what it should be. The contract on this is very important because some vendors will stipulate these savings and some vendors will guarantee them. And we'll talk a little bit about how that's measured on later slides, but it's measured in units of energy. We touched a little bit on accomplishing more scope. So this is a more cost-effective and efficient method. You're able to bundle projects to create economies of scale and systemic reduction in energy. So, looking at where you could really accomplish the highest reduction in energy use. So bundling, lighting and building controls and building envelope along with implementing, a higher efficient HVAC system. The process utilizes an RFP or RFQ, so a request for proposals or qualifications, or you can use a cooperative purchasing agreement if your institution allows for that. Trane is a member of the National Cooperative Purchasing Agreement, Omnia. So this really just allows you more input in selection than a typical low bid spec process. So, you know, when you're implementing multi-million-dollar infrastructure projects and choosing a partner for 15 years, you really want to make sure that you're working with a company that has the right fit for you. It's a collaborative process. Next slide, please. So why would you use an ESCO? We're really going to be your right-hand partner to help you with this process from the infant, stages all the way through the life cycle. So my job a lot of times is to go out and just talk about utilizing the statute. So there's an education component to it. I think the previous presenter talked a little bit about, it takes a long time to get everyone on the board in alignment, sometimes staff as well. So staff alignment, board alignment on this process in particular. And then developing a project. What does that look like? What energy conservation measures should be used? What type of procurement should be used for this project? How should it be installed? What type of warranties are you looking for? Service and ongoing training. And so when you use an ESCO, you're going to have this professional expertise, a dedicated account manager like myself, but then I'm supported by a whole team of people, energy engineers, project managers, site superintendents. We have a training facility and an online training center that we use for our staff, but also for our clients. And then we do educational integration. We have a BTU crew for STEM involvement at your schools. And so I'll personally go out and we'll present to school age kids about, the work that's being done at your district and the impact that that has, and just educating students on, these types of careers as well. So we're going to help you in identifying energy conservation measures, how best to bundle those measures and the approach that might work best for you based on, a variety of factors. So how do we balance your needs and your budget? From a cost and savings standpoint, we'll do life cycle cost analysis for you. Is a phased approach best? We work with clients that have a lot of schools. So let's say they have 30 schools. This year they can only spend $5 million. What's the best approach across those schools to achieve the desired outcome? And then we will manage and maximize your grants and incentives with your different scope choices. So that's something that we do on the front side, where we look at what could maximize the amount of dollars that you're going to get from your local utility service. So we're going to build a building model as part of this. So it's very important to know how you use your energy today, and how does that compare to your peers with similar facilities in our climatic region, and how will the measures that you choose impact that use over the long term. So what are your goals? How will you communicate that to the public regarding this investment, and what is that impact? So these investments are huge. They often involve bond dollars or a lease purchase agreement, but the public does want to know how their money is being spent. And I think that this process really helps clarify that in terms of the energy reduction that's happening across your facilities. So your baseline is very important. Where are you starting? Where do you want to go? Typically, these projects can accomplish, anywhere from a 20 to 30% reduction in energy use, over the course of the contract. So guaranteed measurement, that's a really important part of this too, because it supports the legislative provision. So again, if the guarantee is not met, the vendor owes you a check for the difference. And so if you're depending on those dollars to help fund your bond, your debt service payment for this, and it's not met, you're going to need to make sure that you're working with a vendor that can actually support that. But it also makes sure that the vendor is getting their calculations right on the front side. We don't want to have to write these checks out. We want to get it right on the front side. So we measure in units of energy consumed versus cost, because cost fluctuates. We communicate, you're able to communicate this back to your stakeholders and administration and taxpayers with a yearly impact report. That's something that we present, either at board meetings, or staff would present at board meetings as well. So go ahead and next slide, please. A little bit about Trane Technologies. Most people know the Trane brand. We manufacture equipment and controls. We've been around for over 100 years. Our previous parent company was Ingersoll Rand, also a very well-known company. We were just split off from Ingersoll Rand right before COVID hit in March of this year. But it's a very exciting split. Our new mission is to solve sustainability challenges through innovation in heating and cooling industries. And we have a more direct focus now in reducing the energy intensity of the world. And so it was mentioned our company is very large. We're a $13 billion global corporation with 36,000 employees worldwide. Next slide, please. So when I said we're an equipment manufacturer, controls manufacturer, a lot of people don't know that Trane has a separate energy services division. We've been around actually for about 25 years, this division, and we work with these specific state statutes all across the country in helping develop these public infrastructure projects. Our Midwest area office, we have 13 states within our area, and we've completed over 400 million in these types of guaranteed energy performance contracts. So what do we do exactly? We do these extensive field audits, we do applications engineering, technical solutions, life cycle cost analysis, construction management, and financial modeling. And we have a very strong guarantee associated with our contracts. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. Energy conservation measures. So we've touched on a few of these in the previous presentations, but obviously HVAC, building control systems, so that could be unitary or enterprise. Something that's very important, I think, in talking with your district about is an enterprise solution so that you can manage your buildings remotely from one interface, especially in these challenging times. Temperature control upgrades, LED lighting and controls, building envelope solutions. We do renewable solutions, so we do solar. We did a geothermal plant with Parkway South High School. We've done an ice storage solution with the Wentzville School District. We do microgrids, and we also have grid solutions in our larger markets. Now, something that we're talking about more than ever is the importance of indoor air quality. So we have the support for that as well. We do assessments, and we have different solutions for that. We look at field conversions and rate optimization. So is your facility all electric? Would it be more advantageous to convert to gas? We've recently done that for some of our clients. We have extended warranties, obviously being a manufacturer of the equipment, and customized service plans that are available as part of these contracts. And then very importantly, ongoing support services for you and your staff. Next slide, please. So financial options, how do you do these projects? So in tandem with using this type of contract where you're going to leverage your future energy and operational savings for your high performance upgrades, you can look at a tax exempt lease purchase agreement. You can do GO bonds or certificates of participation, which I would say the bond route is a little bit more typical for our K-12 market. And we're more than happy to help you plan for that. The Missouri Department of Energy Low Interest Revolving Loan Fund. So that was something that was put out to the group, I think here a few minutes ago. They have a revolving loan fund that is available for application, and we help a lot of clients connect to those dollars. And then internal capital funds allocated for current or future upgrades. So some of the dollars that you were going to plan on using for upgrades to your facilities, tying that into this specific project. The goal is a revenue neutral cash flow financing structure. So capturing all available energy efficiency grants and incentives is also very important. And, a shameless plug here for Trane, it's something I'm very proud of, is that we have been awarded Ameren's #1 trade ally for mechanical services for the last few years. So for the last year alone, we saved our customers over 5.4 million kilowatt hours and provided just under $800,000 in incentive savings. That's huge, and it's something that we definitely celebrate with our clients and internally. And third, a special program that we have as part of Trane is an anticipated discount program for cash payments. And that can either be in partial or full, but it can be substantial, and it's dollars directly back to you upfront based on the time value of money. So any combination thereof that works for you. Next slide, please. So one case study that I'd like to highlight is the Normandy Schools Collaborative. We've been working with Normandy for a few years now. We've done 5 phases. So that goes back to looking at, how can we accomplish your goals, meeting your budget. So for Normandy, that has been 5 phases using primarily the Department of Natural Resources Low Interest Loan Program. Recently, they also did a lease purchase agreement. They did improvements at 3 schools. Included LED lighting upgrades, building controls, rooftop unit replacements, retro commissioning, their chiller plant, a new condensing hot water plant, both for their main and domestic systems, a plug load management system, building envelope upgrades. They are doing some UV filtration, and then a roofing system restoration. And what that has meant for them in terms of their energy performance is we are guaranteeing a total annual energy savings for Normandy of just over $300,000. So that's the dollars that they could put directly towards funding these projects. The consumption reduction in terms of kilowatt hours is 3.3 million. And the total utility incentive that they received for this project was a little over $337,000. So the impact has been huge. Our goal at the end of the day is to really provide healthy, comfortable, productive learning environments for students, faculty, and staff. Next slide, please. So Normandy is just one of the great school districts that we work with, but we have a lot of success stories, and I'd be happy to, discuss any one of these with anyone participating today. But we work with Wentzville, Parkway, Fort Zumwalt. We work with Dunklin and Central, R3, but a lot of different, county districts throughout the state. We work with Kansas City Public Schools. And we do from time to time work with private institutions as well. They are able to utilize this process. So we work with School Sisters of Notre Dame here in St. Louis. Next slide. So there's my information. If anybody, would like to reach out directly, feel free to contact me. I have a background in public management, and this is truly my passion. I appreciate your time today.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. Greatly appreciate you hopping on. We'll go ahead and hop to the questions now. Jennifer did mention, and not so much a question, but a plug, but a little bit more detail for those of you who are interested. I'm not sure if Sherilyn's chat went to everybody, but some details, if you're not aware about the Department of Natural Resources revolving loan fund, it's available to public entities, including, but not limited, K through 12, colleges, universities. It's a total of $4.5 million for efficiency renewable energy. The application period runs from August 3rd through October 30th of this year. And the loan range is between $10,000 and $1 million. They're evaluated on a competitive basis by the division. So check out the energyloan.mo.gov, or you can contact the division at 573-751-2254. So we definitely know that, schools are cash strapped trying to figure out an option for as many things as they can. And so if you are with school or have clients that are schools, definitely, and you're not aware of that, please take a look at that. We did have a couple of questions. One specifically, if we'll go to Rick and Paul, there was a question with the ICE system. They were wondering if there had been enough data gathered to show that it actually saves energy dollars. Is there any data to show that saves energy dollars?
Well, this is Paul. The data would probably have to come from the ESCO Navitas. They typically are taking this out over a 15-year payback period. So when they're running their numbers and deciding if this is a viable application, they're doing a theoretical cost payback. And I think when they ran these, I think the payback was somewhere around 12 to 13 years. When you actually compare the theoretical with the actual, I don't think we've gotten to the point yet to make a good comparison. But I mean, when you just look at the reality of downsizing the chiller and reducing the demand rate, you know, we realize it saves money.
Okay. Eric or Jennifer, anything that you'd like to add on that type of system? Not specific to Rick and Paul's project, but.
Are you there?
Yes.
Yes. With the operations of the school district, we had to shut down in March just due to COVID. And so therefore, with our scheduling of our HVAC system, we've really been running it at a very low minimum since March. So to compare apples to apples from this time last year to now, we're not able to do that. But we have been able to do that with some of our lighting and that type of thing. But we are tracking that data through, of course, just the easy way is our bills. And we have to do a report to our board on a monthly basis just on the cost savings.
Yeah, and I'll just agree with what they said. You know, we've installed this system at the Wentzville School District. We haven't had it up and running for a year yet, and this year, obviously, the data is a bit skewed because the load requirements are a lot different with the schools not being occupied. But the ability to downsize the equipment and looking at that, you know, over time, along with, you know, running the water through the system is going to result in an energy reduction. It's just a lot more efficient type of a system to run over time.
Eric, anything on your end on that topic?
So as far as kind of more advanced technologies we've been putting in, so like our geothermal system, yeah, that's been brought online recently. As far as data analytics, I saw as a question that popped up there. We have a building overlay or BMS overlay or BAS overlay that goes on top of our control system, which is Automated Logic. And the program that we use as that overlay is Towson Technologies. And that is something that is providing us kind of more of a fault detection. So we can identify where there might be simultaneous heating and cooling if something is short cycling too much, if it's beyond just the standard HVAC alarms that can really help us fine tune, identify where there's some issues are. We're fine tuning that system, and we're working with a commissioning provider that can help us work through that. So we trying to use that data to, again, continue to fine tune our systems, even with we have newly installed higher efficient equipment, but trying to get the most out of all of it. So, yeah.
Okay. And Eric, you were addressing the data analytics question that came through right then, correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Paul and Rick, as far as not necessarily on this, on the thermal storage question, but in general with the work that you're doing, are you doing any data analysis? Pardon me. Are you using data analytics, and what has your experience been?
Same thing as Eric. We're using Automated Logic as well, and we're able to relate with the data analytics, and we're drawing that data on a daily basis. And so far, we have seen pretty good efficiency from what we've been able to do. But once again, like Jen mentioned too, it's hard for us because the load is not the same as it was last year when it comes to the energy usage.
That makes a lot of sense. Jen, how are you guys engaging with data analytics with your customers?
So we actually have our own platform through Trane Technologies, through our control system that does different analysis. So we do building performance and energy performance. And it's, you know, something that is more, and I would say for us, the infant stages. We do this work with the Normandy School District, but I think it's very effective in what Eric mentioned in helping our clients fine tune systems and identify precisely where that is needed, because you're able to see, you know, into the guts of the system in a way that you wouldn't otherwise be able to. So it's an exciting platform that we offer that we're still really trying to push out to our clients.
One thing I'll chime in as well with the data analytics is, so when we utilize it, like it's an excellent solution that can provide greater insight on how our systems are functioning, operating. The important piece to recognize is the human component. So, internally making sure that technicians that might be familiar with that building aren't essentially explaining things away as that's how it's always happened, or that that's standard for that equipment to run in that way. So I think still making sure that any type of system or technology that's put in place, you need to have the appropriate policies, processes, buy-in, understandings, et cetera, of how that equipment is to be used, or how it's not to be used, and what's acceptable, what's not acceptable. So otherwise you can kind of keep chasing the next, kind of shiny new object, but your impact is going to start diminishing if you're not able to get that level of training, that level of buy-in, that level of procedure, and how things are supposed to be operating.
Travis, I might add, I'm going to piggyback off of what Eric said and put a plug in for Trane as well. Trane invited us down to Pueblo, Colorado to see their facility where the thermal chiller was built, manufactured, and we spent 2 days there kind of knowing the ins and the outs, and we were able to take PM with us as well, because Eric's exactly right. You just don't want anyone just going out and working on this without having the knowledge, the know-how, and the skill. And so I think that's imperative that that's involved with the training. And I think it was very good for us to go down and spend 2 days in Pueblo, Colorado to see how it's manufactured, the ins and the outs. And a lot of questions were answered on those 2 days on that training.
Okay. As far as MEI is concerned with regards to data analytics, we've been involved on the government building side, not the school side, in our tenure, encouraging and helping the state government identify and work with partners to do data analytics. And it's amazing, once they have data, how you can raise that floor, lower hanging fruit becomes more accessible once you have that. So a lot of great information. We did have a couple of questions regarding the impact of the pandemic. And obviously it's hit this year, so it's not as if you've had a lot of time to develop it. But I was wondering if each of you could address whether or not you're considering, and what you've considered with regards to filtration upgrades, how that impacts your system, its capacity. And obviously for Jennifer, for the folks that you're working with, are you getting these questions, and how are you addressing that? And if we'll go from Eric, then Central, and then Jennifer.
Okay. Yeah. So COVID's a mess, right? It's kept us running on all fronts. So on procurement side, we're having to buy and look at and investigate buying anything under the sun, PPE, et cetera. And so along those lines is, okay, how do we keep students safe with mechanical systems? And so we've explored UV, we've explored filtration, we've explored increased ventilation, et cetera. So we're still exploring. There are certain things with regards to filtration. And so we a while ago upgraded from our filters that really didn't hold their weight and quite honestly failed. We moved up to like a MERV 8A filter, which has been widely successful. They actually perform. There's a lot of loading capability and potential. We can replace them once a year instead of once every 6 months. Looking at MERV 13, recognizing that a higher MERV filter does not capture the virus. So unless you're looking at HEPA filter, which systems definitely can't accommodate, you're not going to catch the virus. But a MERV 13 filter can catch particles that the virus could potentially ride in on, and it has other beneficial impacts and create cleaner air, et cetera. So it's a lot more expensive, and there is a greater pressure drop. So it's not much. We're exploring options that have a less of an impact to pressure drop. So it might still be feasible with our systems, but it's a lot more expensive. It would likely have to be replaced, go back to replacing it every 6 months as opposed to once a year. So we're looking at more than doubling our cost of what that'd be, in trying to identify whether or not that we're going to budget for that, with the recognition that it's not actually going to capture the virus. So we're all for our indoor air quality, and we have indoor air quality task force, et cetera, that's reviewing these types of things. And we continue to discuss as far as ventilation purposes. The language has been a little bit vague that's come out from ASHRAE at first, and in Energy Star, et cetera. So, but what we're looking at doing is possibly, increasing our outdoor air minimum per damper position percentages. Not that may not equate what actually is delivered into the classrooms, as far as the VAV, how those are delivering. But I mean, ultimately, we had our systems balanced when we designed them, right? And so, like, when we're trying to look at rechanging, VAV damper positions and outdoor air damper positions, et cetera, and CFM airflow, whatever, we're kind of tinkering to a lot of the guts of the system that we're exploring, but it's a lot that's there. So we're reviewing that. On the I guess the easier side that we're considering is when we do look at reentry, we're going virtual first quarter, but when we do look at kind of full on reentry, is to expanding our essentially our occupied schedule by a couple hours in the morning, a couple hours in the day. I mean, that's going to be pretty energy intensive, just for the fact that that's adding a significant time to our occupied day schedule. But that, if nothing else, will at least allow for a greater opportunity for flushing out the space, and it won't have to have a whole building logic reprogramming or set point monitoring and tracking kind of all the different changes, and hopefully getting them back and not throwing the balance of the system all out of whack. So it's dynamic. There hasn't been a quick silver bullet, right? But yes, as far as filtration, if nothing else, I mean, we replace all of our filters, even if they weren't ready for it over the summer, just to make sure that's a little bit better. So we're reviewing it, just not as easy of a answer as we have had.
I'll go ahead and share with you as well. Part of being on the reentry task force and kind of help leading that, just due to the role and the functions that I have to do for the district. There's one question that I get at every meeting, not among just the administration or staff or the parents or the community, is you disinfect, how about your disinfectant sanitation? But the number one question I get is about air quality, air filtration. And what we have done through our ESCO and with Navitas, we've included a plasma filtration devices throughout our district. Not only that, I think Eric mentioned a little bit too, our MERV, we were at a MERV 9. We have decided at a district level, administration level, that we're going to move to a MERV 12 throughout our district for air quality. We've also had to do air quality here in Kansas City. We use Children's Mercy, and we've gone through, and on a monthly basis, we've done a contract to do air quality tests throughout our facilities on a monthly basis. And we've done a contract with them just to have that data on our air quality in each of our buildings. But we've also decided to go to a third party vendor on air filters and changing those out more of a frequent basis than we ever have done in the past. But air quality has been the number one question that I've been asked since COVID-19. What are you doing? What are you doing for our students? What are you doing for the community in your buildings? But air quality, like I said, has been the number one question.
And I would concur with both Eric and Rick on this. The question keeps coming up a lot. There's several different approaches that can be taken. There's a lot of opinions on this as well, so it's kind of tricky because from our standpoint, from Trane Technologies standpoint, as Eric mentioned, nothing's going to prevent the spread of COVID. So we have to be careful when we're talking about this with our clients, but things can certainly help, right? And so there's 4 components of this that we've been talking about with our clients, and that's diluting your air, exhausting it appropriately, containing it through filtration, and then cleaning it. And we think implementing those 4 steps is going to help improve your air quality significantly. The first step is, do you know, are your systems operating at their original design standards, the way that they were intended to operate? If they're not, like Eric mentioned, I mean, shifting damper position is something that can easily be done to make sure that the required amount of outdoor air is being achieved. And that's something, when you have our controls platform, where you have an integrated controls platform that you can do fairly easy. So we've been doing that for clients, checking damper positions, checking design standards. That's something that's easy and very inexpensive to fix. The filtration, that as well, but then the cleaning is really where we're having our most of our conversations, and the technology is available with that. So
this is Paul, and from an application side, we see it's a combination of both ventilation and the filtration, because obviously if you go increase ventilation, you're not helping energy efficiency, because you have to spend additional money heating and cooling that outside air. And so, we recognize that ventilation is important, but what we see in both city buildings and schools is the application, either UV or plasma filtration using bipolar ionization. So we have partnered with several manufacturers, Plasma International or Global Plasma Solutions. And depending on the type of system, whether it be a VRF with small cassettes or fan coils, or large air handlers, we have been able to install a wide range of plasma filtration products, which, the technology behind it is such to where they claim it can do a lot. There's a lot of debate sometimes about that product, but we believe it does work. And if there is increased ventilation, then we have, from the design side, we have to look and say, can we recover that energy through ERVs, and to be able to transfer it back into the incoming airstream. And so that's what we try to do from the application side.
Okay. Taking a little step back from the technical, Jen, I was wondering, from your understanding, what do you think, what's the percentage of school districts in Missouri that have utilized ESCOs?
I saw that question. I don't really know how many have used ESCOs. All I can tell you is that we're coming up on the second round of a lot of these types of contracts. So districts that utilize this process when it first came out, let's say 18 to 20 years ago, and then their equipment has now reached its life cycle. So I think it's pretty well known about performance contracts, especially in K through 12. I will say the municipal market isn't as aware of this process. But I think more and more, with more and more success stories on how this can be utilized, I think that there's greater reach in terms of the number of districts using it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't have a direct answer. I only have the data from our office, and we've worked with, about 300 or so type clients or more on this type of process.
In your region or in Missouri?
In our region.
Okay. So something that's important to MEI is education. And you have combined, obviously, as schools, connecting education and energy efficiency. you have referenced being able to bring some things, whether it's the Earth Play Center or the BTU crew, into the schools. I was wondering, for the tying the education component to the work that you're doing, is there a specific grade level that you're working with? Or do you find something for every grade level to bring that in? And is it only in the buildings in which you've done work? Or is it if you've done something within the district, you bring that tool to the other buildings and the other students?
So that's a great question. I'll jump in on that. We primarily work with Parkway and Wentzville school districts on this type of, integration. And it's really when the district asks for our involvement. So last year we worked with some middle schoolers at Parkway. They had a block on sustainable solutions. So we talked about a variety of sustainable solutions that the teachers wanted covered, and then integrated the solutions that we've helped Parkway implement. We also are a sponsor of different events like STEM. So the STEM Fests that they have, which, are different competitions for the different items that students are coming up with for these types of learning modules. But it can be for any grade level, anywhere from, young students all the way up through community colleges. We have special learning labs dedicated to that as well. So we have a whole group, a whole education group that I'm able to help facilitate involvement with for these types of asks. And it can be for clients or potential clients that just want to know about these types of solutions and careers.
Okay. Eric, you had mentioned it. How about for you?
Yeah, so, excuse me. There's a couple different approaches. So there's when things are kind of in project or new exciting. So geothermal, solar, et cetera, like there's things that are more tangible and visible, and we're able to kind of promote those more and to hype them up a little bit more, so we can get more student involvement in certain grade levels at certain times. So it's a little opportunistic. As far as overall, so there's programs like that are kind of like new, exciting. We try to highlight and promote, or if we're trying to launch like a new sustainability initiative, we'll try to involve students as much as possible. There are other programs that are longer term that require, teacher buy-in, et cetera, like the USGBC's Green Schools Quest. It's a great program. Students can get a lot out of it, and an impact can be made to school. And that's a longer running thing, and so that's great. However, I think that the really critical thing is to get these concepts in front of students as often as possible. And with that, it really has to be at the curriculum level. So the Parkway School District, we're structured. We have like curriculum coordinators that identify what curriculum we're utilizing, et cetera, and what materials and resources that are getting put in front of students in order to engage in the state standard learning standards, et cetera. That's a big process. And so for us, it has been a very slow churn in trying to build the case of why this matters internally within that set curriculum that's identified to meet those standards. And so utilizing that partnership with Missouri Botanical Gardens Earthway Center was a huge support in for us being able to integrate within that existing curriculum. So it's essentially guaranteed. It is a guaranteed curriculum for all of our elementary STEM students. And the only reason we started with elementary STEM is because that's where we got buy-in from the curriculum coordinator. So this is something that sustainability are concepts that can be connected across all grade levels and all content levels. And there are mechanisms to do that. With regard specific to energy, there are instances where it makes sense to connect in directly when it specifically speaks to energy or energy from the sun or whatever that might be. So there's lots of different units and ways to plug in. I'm kind of saying this, and we're trying to do this integration because that's been our experience. There are an abundance of amazing resources out there that if schools or interested teachers that have a little bit of freedom, or interested principals that similarly have some freedom, whatever else. There's a lot. So from like NEED program to Learning Lab to like lots of other different content modules that exist. Missouri Department of Conservation has some great stuff. Like it's out there, but a lot of it is specific units that may not be exactly what the school district's curriculum is. So it will often be interpreted as that's extra, or that's an aside, or I can't do that because I have to do this. And so it's harder to use some of those resources that are out there unless it is integrated into what that district's curriculum really is. So in Parkway might be different. Other schools and other school systems might have might be able to be a little more nimble with that, but with the ability to be nimble is the opportunity they can be nimble in the other direction. So while that's been a slow churn for us, I think that it has lent itself to becoming more embedded and for a longer term, it's going to be, again, guaranteed for years to come. So, yeah.
Great. Paul, Rick, any final thoughts on that?
I'm going to echo what they say, other than, from our side, we don't see quite the extent of that, but we see the application more in districts where there are multiple buildings, maybe even multiple campuses. We've done a number of small universities to where they might have 30 buildings on the campus, and the campus is 100 years old. And that's just such the perfect application for an ESCO project, because it's just not one building, it's 30, and you can pull all of them in at the same time. So from an application side, that's where we see that product being, mostly utilized.
I did want to add one thing just to piggyback on what Rick had mentioned earlier with their visit to Pueblo, Colorado. Something that, as a manufacturer of different types of equipment, we have manufacturing plants throughout the US, as well as different sites that are available for client visits. And so, that education component it also stems to potential clients, getting them, out into the field to see how these applications work in real time with real clients. And I think that's really important.
Fantastic. Well, thank you all very much for participating. It was great information. And I look forward to hearing more and seeing success and working with you going forward. So thank you.
Thanks, Travis.
Thank you.
All right. So our next session coming up, as we talked about in the last session, COVID-19 is definitely impacting a variety of different places. It's not just the schools. It's not just us at home. It's also impacting the programs that the utilities are putting together, what they're offering, how they're dealing with their clients. And our next session directly addresses that. I'm really happy to bring this topic forward to you. We've talked about it a lot within MEI, and one of our partners on this particular topic who's going to lead this is going to be Samarth with Midwest Energy Efficiency Alliance. They've done a lot of work in this area and will be presenting on that as well as leading this session. So with that, I would like Travis, if you can hand over to Samarth so he can lead this, that'd be great.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you for the introduction. So I'm going to start us off with a high-level overview of how the pandemic has impacted energy efficiency programs. I'll share some general adaptations that we've seen, in several states, and then I'll discuss energy efficiency and economic recovery. After that, I'll kick it to our utility representatives, and they'll discuss in more detail how they've been working with their programs despite the circumstances, and some challenges, program shifts, and success stories. So next slide. Okay, so a quick note about myself. I joined MIA just under 2 years ago. I'm a policy associate on the policy team. I track regulatory developments. I participate in stakeholder groups and conversations, and then also focus on equity in energy policy and programs. I just wanted to note that being new to the industry, the Midwest Energy Policy Series has been very informative for me, has exposed me to a lot of issues and different perspectives. So I appreciate what you guys do at MEI. Next slide. So briefly, a little bit about MIA. We're a nonprofit membership-based organization, 160 plus members in the region, including utilities, research institutions, state and local governments, energy efficiency related businesses. As a key resource and champion for energy efficiency in the Midwest, MIA helps a diverse range of stakeholders understand and implement cost-effective energy efficiency strategies that provide economic and environmental benefits. Next slide. So this is a little bit more about the functions of MIA. We share best practices, we engage in education and advocacy, state and regional coalition building, legislative and regulatory analysis, utility data collection and analysis, and representing the Midwest in national dialogues on energy. I also want to note that we're a 501c3, we don't lobby, and we're bipartisan. So that's really how we leverage our relationships in the industry. Next slide. All right, so as I mentioned, first impact on programs, then discuss some general adaptations we've seen in several states, and then go over energy efficiency and economic recovery. So starting with impact on programs, next slide, you can skip 2 slides. Okay, so yeah, jumping in, we have program impacts resulting from stay-at-home orders and social distancing, and this forced many utilities, implementers, agencies to halt in-field work and direct customer contact work. So there was a shift to no contact programs or virtual program elements, and we'll talk about that in a little bit more detail in a future slide. I also wanted to briefly mention some regulatory issues that have arisen from the pandemic. So ensuring utility energy service, utility energy funding despite some limitations in programs, accounting for financial impacts on accounting for financial impacts to utilities, continuity of energy efficiency programs, and evaluation of energy efficiency programs. So, for example, targets in states that those are mandated. So we won't be going into detail these issues, but feel free to ask questions about that, and we can connect after this. But generally, we're seeing a slow and steady rebound of in-field work. Yeah, for utility efficiency programs. Next slide. So this slide shows programs that were affected and those that were able to continue to some degree. As I mentioned, at this point, many utilities have suspended customer contact programs, though we're now seeing work plans emerge for getting back in the field. Some of these programs that were affected earlier on include audits and direct installs, appliance recycling, outreach events, and field inspections. And what we saw earlier in the summer and continue to see is continuation of no contact programs or focusing on no contact aspects of certain programs. So applications, incentives and rebate processing, online marketplace, home and energy reports, behavior programs, multifamily common areas, equipment rooms, exterior measures and street lighting, and commercial and industrial virtual outreach, inspection, facility assessments, installs, all of which can be done without contact to the customer. Next slide. So at this point, very few utilities are completely back. A few examples are DTE in Michigan, as well as LGKU in Kentucky, for example. They've been back since June 1. Most utilities we're seeing are substantially back. For example, in Michigan and Illinois, they have schedules for which they'll be phasing their work back in the field, and there's a greater focus on virtual delivery and safety protocols, of course. And other utilities we're seeing are taking a wait and see approach and won't be in the field until sometime in 2021. Next slide. So that's a general overview of impacts on programs. Adaptation, next slide. So this provides an overview of the adaptations or changes in programs we're seeing. First is an emphasis or transition even on to low risk and no contact programs. So behavior programs, of course, those weren't like home energy reports, those weren't really affected. In Illinois, among other states, we're seeing a shift to focusing on low risk in-person single family and multifamily assessments and installs. In the single family context, this means that the customer is not at home during the in-field work. In the multifamily context, this means working on common areas, exterior measures. Utilities are shifting to virtual audits. For example, in Ameren, Illinois, their commercial and industrial program is back in field, but for customer safety, the first option is now virtual assessments and facilities inspections. We've also seen greater efforts on self-installation programs. Ameren, Illinois is another good example here. They've expanded their offering in delivery kits to include longer life, more expensive measures, as well as virtual methods and incentives for verifying installations. We've heard about program development in bulk delivery of measures to multifamily properties, working with property owners and managers to supply tenants with self-install measures. Utilities are also rolling out online self-audits, how-to videos, incentives in the online marketplace. So in terms of marketing changes, of course, direct customer engagement is halted, so utilities are shifting more to their social media campaigns, no-touch behavior, energy efficiency tips, treasure hunt for energy savings activities, and customer-specific webinars. And so lastly, we've seen a greater focus on community support or support for income-eligible customers. And again, Ameren, Illinois is another interesting example here. They've updated their policy on methods for verifying eligibility, so making it easier for customers to demonstrate that they're facing economic hardship and that they would qualify for these free self-install measures. And so this allows Ameren to broaden their channels for delivering self-install kits because their community partners are less burdened by the administrative costs of verifying eligibility. So those are some interesting program adaptations. You go to the next slide. And now we'll discuss briefly energy efficiency and economic recovery. So generally, I think that we're all aware, and the previous presentations have also indicated this or noted these benefits that energy efficiency has and the significant role it can play in stimulating the economy, contributing to recovery. Efficiency is the largest clean energy sector job market. As of 2019, it was the fastest growing, with jobs in nearly every county in every state. The industry is comprised of primarily small businesses, therefore critical to local economies. Programs directly lower customer energy costs and burden and contribute to stable and healthy housing in the long run. Also in the long run, programs lower energy costs for residents, businesses in the state. And so all of these benefits play a substantial role in addressing the issues we're seeing in housing, public health, small business relief, unemployment, to name a few. So given this understanding, I wanted to highlight some conversations, some regulatory conversations, directly or indirectly related to economic recovery, just to give you all an idea of how efficiency is being valued in conversations related to recovery, and then discuss how efficiency, and then discuss an exciting report on the potential for energy efficiency to stimulate the economy. So next slide. Okay, so the first case in Michigan, U-207-20757 was opened back in April through an order by the commission to understand how efficiency programs called energy waste reduction programs in that state, how they can safely continue and focus on low to moderate income customers and those directly impacted by the pandemic. So a quote from that order: the commission looks forward to continued dialogue among a broad range of organizations on program design, implementation, and outreach through the staff's low-income work group. And so I'd like to note, I mean, it's interesting that they're using their low-income work group here as a vehicle for brainstorming, getting stakeholders together to address these issues. and the outcome or the objective being identify best practices for continuing to serve low to moderate income households, including those impacted directly by COVID-19 and related outreach. Next slide. The commission followed up with an order summarizing the findings of the state in addressing the questions, among them continuity of energy waste reduction programs, better alignment with energy assistance programs and outreach efforts. So while the large utilities in Michigan were not concerned with meeting targets, the staff saw increased need for energy waste reduction, stating a need to accelerate efforts, even consider ways through a stakeholder process how to expand eligibility. And lastly, the commission recommended that later in the fall and winter, utilities report out on their efforts to expand low-income energy waste reduction programs. And this really demonstrates that not only is Michigan considering energy efficiency as critical to continue, but also to expand despite the circumstances because of the critical role that efficiency plays in affordability and economic recovery and relief. So next slide. So in Minnesota, utilities were asked in docket 20492 how their infrastructure could help Minnesota's economic recovery. In some responses, utilities specifically mentioned energy efficiency as a tool for economic recovery, citing energy efficiency as a way to reduce bills for cost-burdened customers and induce jobs. Keep in mind that in Minnesota, utilities have mandated energy efficiency, so that's something to consider, but nonetheless, we're expecting greater energy efficiency investment in the state, specifically targeting low-income customers. I pulled a quote from Xcel Energy's response. I won't read it all, but they do state that they plan to spend twice the minimum statutory requirement on electric and natural gas low-income programs, citing that increasing energy efficiency activity during the economic slowdown will contribute to lower bills for all customers and create opportunities for customers to replace inoperative or inefficient equipment. So I think it's important. I think this confirms that it's important more than ever to focus efforts on low to moderate income households and those struggling during the economic slowdown here. So next slide. And so this is the last in the regulatory highlights. In Illinois, the Illinois Commerce Commission released a notice of inquiry with several research questions to better understand the issue of energy affordability in light of COVID-19 financial impacts to customers. The research questions included soliciting geographic data from utilities on where energy burdened customers are. So for example, in what zip codes are customer counts and arrearages. And there's also specific questions pertaining to energy efficiency programs, including what offerings there currently are to help in energy affordability, what improvements to programs can be made. And so this is another example alongside the comments in the MPSC case that I just mentioned, that there's conversations occurring that are related to how can energy efficiency programs and energy affordability programs be better coordinated. Next slide. And so this is a report. So those were some relevant regulatory conversations. I want to highlight this report called Build Back Better Faster from E4the and E2. Many of you might be aware that E4the and E2 have released annual job reports, more recently due to the pandemic job loss reports in the clean energy sector. As of right now, there are about 100,000 energy efficiency jobs lost due to the pandemic in the Midwest. And so this report, Build Back Better Faster, assessed the potential for federal stimulus investment in existing energy efficiency programs, the outcome for economic benefit over a 5-year time frame, and the net present value of energy savings that would be reinvested in the economy, represented in the dividend as a portion of the dividend that you can see on the slide. So in the model, they leverage opportunities for immediate deployment of investment. So investing in energy efficiency projects already in the pipeline with workforce ready, opportunities for immediate bill savings. They leverage established federal policies and programs like weatherization, state energy programs, tax credit policies, among others. And in the model, they also incorporate the building owner and private financing opportunities to reduce state spending through efficiency focused on public facilities. So I encourage everyone to look at the report and the model. Here I have an overview of their analysis, and you can get into their methodology in the report. Their input was 60 billion in federal appropriations for energy efficiency to be invested in existing programs, and that was and in their model they compounded that with total capital leverage, property owner contribution, private financing, and interest rate on private financing that would yield 250 billion, according to their projection, 250 billion in total capital stimulus. So compounded 250 billion, and this is really investment over a 5-year time frame. I forgot to mention. So this report looked at a 5-year time frame for investment in energy efficiency for economic stimulus, and then they calculated based on that 5-year construction phase of investing in projects what would be the resulting benefit of the energy savings, and they found that this investment would yield $500 billion in energy efficiency dividend, essentially the sum of the cost of electric and heat savings after the 5-year construction period, and this essentially represents the net present value of the measure life savings that were in the proposed hypothetical portfolio. So among the 500 billion in benefits accrued, they estimate about 300 billion would be reinvested in the economy. And so within the 5-year time frame of the construction phase, they found that each year over 5 years, the stimulus investment would yield 737,200 jobs per year, 44.1 billion in income per year, and 51.3 billion in GDP per year. So again, I encourage everyone to check out this report. I think it's important to raise this report. Energy efficiency is critical to recovery. It touches every aspect of the economy. It's a critical form of and characteristic of resilient infrastructure. It's a job-creating powerhouse and directly saves customers on energy bills. So I encourage everyone to take a look at that report. That's all I have for today. You go to the next slide. That's all I have for today. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and for your time today. I'll kick it now to our utility presenters to dive more deeply into how Missouri's utility energy efficiency programs have been affected by the pandemic. So first we'll have Bill Davis with Ameren, Missouri, to talk about programs struggling despite efforts. And then we'll have Natalie Gray with Evergy speaking about how some programs are operating differently. And then we'll finish with Christopher Wright with Spire to speak about how certain programs are excelling despite circumstances. So first I'll kick it to Bill. Do I have to?
All right, I think I'm set up here. Can you hear me, Summer?
Yep, loud and clear.
All right, great. Thanks for setting me up there. I'm Bill Davis. I'm the Director of Energy Solutions for Ameren, Missouri. So that means one of the things I'm responsible for is all of our energy efficiency programs. Right now, we're spending and investing about $70 million a year in our energy efficiency program. So I'm really excited to get with this group today and just share some insights about what's going on with our programs. Summer had mentioned about, we have 3 different utilities presenting here, and I wanted to make sure that I covered a topic, and I actually volunteered for this topic, that is some challenges we're facing despite our best efforts. And I wanted to highlight what's going on with our Biz Savers programs, which is our business energy efficiency programs. And I'm going to cut straight to it because I know it looks like we're a little bit behind schedule, but that's okay. But I want to get to, first I want to cover the adaptations we have made. So those are our best efforts. And I expect to see some more of those as we go through the rest of the year. But I want to directly acknowledge the challenging environment that we see in the business sector and how that could influence our results of energy efficiency for 2020, not just 2020, but also 2021. And I'll talk more about that. So let me jump into our comprehensive adaptations. I'll give just a few examples, and you see there on the slide, I got a picture for them, and I'll start with outreach. As you would expect, a lot of our outreach has gone digital. You know, a lot of the savings and a lot of the projects come from direct business development. And that can come from our BizSavers team, or it can go through to participating contractors who actually sell the projects and do the work. So in some respects, we have a lot of convenient options available to us for virtual meetings and discussions. But in some other respects, there's not very many good substitutes to walking through a factory or a business to scope out more challenging projects to make sure that the project is scoped appropriately. So, you know, the team is also, in terms of outreach, looking for those opportunities, those unique opportunities that have bubbled up in the COVID environment. And there's a few different ones I could cite, but I'd like to use schools as an example of a unique opportunity where normally when school's in session, they wouldn't be doing a lot of projects there. But we did have some opportunities pop up in you know, that April-May timeframe where normally there would be students in the school and you would wait for the summer to do some projects. But because the students had been sent home, it created an opportunity for workers to go into the schools and complete some projects. And that's just one example, but there's some industry segments where those opportunities crept up. Let me jump to rules and guidelines. I think that's important because to talk about, because we've made some changes here that add opportunities to participate, but also make it easier for customers to participate. So we've added some opportunities like occupancy sensors, maybe some standardized variable frequency drives, and a few other opportunities. But the examples of making it easy, or I'm sorry, they're making it easy to participate in some of the rules and guideline changes are subtle, but they're also important. Because in a world without COVID, where we have more opportunities, or it's easier to interact with the customer about a particular project, some of the quirks in the process aren't that big of a deal because you can just connect with someone pretty easily and work through it. But what we've seen is, even though we're interacting with folks digitally, it's more important to have a streamlined process, because in some cases, it's harder to get a hold of those customers and work through those things and have it all be digitized. So I think those are important upgrades. And those are upgrades that work in a COVID environment and non-COVID environment. So those are no regrets investments in the process. Let me jump to incentive changes again as part of our adaptations. So starting July 1st, actually, Ameren Missouri put $2 million worth of enhanced incentives on the table to get projects moving for the rest of this year. And it's a first come, first serve, $2 million. So the first projects in that subscribe to $2 million are going to get access to the bonus incentives. And the way it's set up is we have a 10% bonus incentive for LED upgrade projects. And then we have a 15% bonus out there for heating and cooling upgrades. So really looking forward to seeing those dollars get used to accelerate projects, or maybe bringing back in those projects that were slated to be deferred. And then lastly, I'll mention on the incentive example, we have a small business program and a group of contractors that provide energy efficiency services to small businesses. And the incentives for that program niche can be attractive. And in fact, in some cases can cover up to 100% of the total project cost. But what we've done is we've increased the cap of eligible projects from 3,500 to 5,000. So what that does is it allows more projects to come through for those small businesses. And I think you probably hear or have already heard about, you know, the pressures, the economic pressures that the small business segment is under. So it's a good way to create some more opportunity for that tough business sector. So I covered our comprehensive adaptations. A lot of those went into place July 1st. So we're about 45 days into what I'd consider to be many of the major changes. You know, the outreach changes, those started basically as soon as things started to change in the market, but those bigger program changes began just 45 days ago. But I don't want to I'll say not acknowledge the challenging market conditions. And if you see my slide up there, I have on the picture on the right there, I have a pic, it's the continental US, and there's some lines on it. And actually this information is outdated, so I'm sure there's a lot more scenarios. But I put this up here for a particular reason, and that is to show the variability and the uncertainty associated with both the economic downturn path and the recovery path. So I think what's important to take away here is that there's a lot of uncertainty facing businesses and those businesses that are making decisions to invest in energy efficiency. So I want to share some statistics with you all and some feedback we've gotten from customers. So please don't take my comments as the sky is falling when it comes to business energy efficiency. What I really want to do is highlight the fact that we're putting things in place, but there's some business conditions that we just cannot ignore when it comes to hard data. So let me share a few things with you. Let me zoom in back in a little bit so we see the overall picture and the uncertainty. But let me share some conversations we've had, or just some, I'll say some stats on conversations with some large customers that reflect just their overall sentiment in the market with regards to COVID impacts. So we've talked to some customers, and based on those conversations, and of course, take these statistics as you will, right? I mean, these represent a snapshot in time, and I think we all know conditions are changing quickly. But in talking to those customers, we heard that 20% of them have been severely impacted, and it's uncertain when and if business is going to return back to normal. That's about a fifth. About 40% of that same customer group said they've been moderately impacted and expect to come back to normal sometime in the near future. So that's kind of good news, but it's showing that a large majority of the market has been directly impacted. And even when we talk about returning back to normal sometime soon, clearly we can imagine that as we see some of the news, that sometime soon can easily continue to get pushed out. And in the meantime, our programs are trying to drive results, trying to get projects in the pipeline. So that just overall market sentiment really drives what's happening. And earlier when I started, I talked about not just impacting 2020 results for us, but also 2021. Because when these projects, a lot of these projects, they don't happen overnight. So actually what we're doing is we're building a project pipeline for the future at the same time as we're getting projects completed. And what we saw over the past several months is that project pipeline wasn't being built to a large degree. So not only do we need to get the projects completed in 2020 and in 2021, but we need to make up for that lost time and even building the pipeline. So I talked about overall sentiment and how it's impacting customers. Let me talk about customer dollars available. Right? Most of the time, especially with the larger projects, customers are going to need to invest capital as a part of these energy efficiency upgrades. And yes, we offer the rebates and enhanced rebates and incentives to help upgrade the projects. But a lot of times these are capital investments made by projects. And even in normal times, energy efficiency projects are competing for capital within businesses. There's new competition at the table for that capital, and it's COVID expenses. I talked about schools being a good example of getting into the schools at a time where kids would normally be there. The other side of the coin is that many of these businesses, including schools, are facing unanticipated costs. Right? That may be, again, with the example of schools, that may be associated with going virtual and all the investments in training associated with a whole new way of interacting with kids. And even for the schools that are going to have the kids come back to the school, I would anticipate additional costs associated with training, hygiene, et cetera. And that's not just for schools, that's for restaurants, you name it. There's just these additional unanticipated costs specifically associated with COVID responses that now are competing. And by the way, those are very high priority, competing against those energy efficiency projects. In fact, as we were able to talk to customers and ask them, past participants, and ask them about what capital dollars are available or whether or not they're deferring projects, the top two items that came up in terms of barriers for 2020 projects were, number one, priorities of capital changing, And number two, uncertainty about the future. So it's not just about having the dollars available, it's about making investments in an uncertain time. So I draw your attention back to that chart. If there's a lot of uncertainty on how the downturn is going to happen and when it's going to come back, that's going to influence companies' willingness to invest in projects, not just energy efficiency projects, but projects in general. When we talk to those past participants, about a third of them, a little bit less than a third of them, planned to postpone an investment project in 2020. Only about 18% of that total group plan to delay a project by 6 months. But if you think about trying to reach 2020 energy savings and investments in 2020, 6 months is a pretty big delay. Now you're talking about 2021. The good news is that less than 1% of those customers said they are outright canceling projects. But this also gets back to, when we hear these things about postponing projects, and the link to enhanced incentives, right? What we want to do with those enhanced incentives is bring those projects back to the table and bring them back to the table in a timely fashion. I want to cover one more topic on challenges, and that's access to sites. I gave the example of the schools earlier, but we asked customers about their guidelines around access to sites, specifically when it relates to closures. And I think we found something particularly interesting here, and it was 35% of those customers who have had closures allow external contractors on site. So think about that, 2/3, almost 2/3, even though they're closed, they wouldn't allow external contractors on site. So yes, while that looks like an opportunity, some business practices may have to change for a lot of these customers for those to become opportunities for sales. The good news is when we drill in a little bit more, we found that there was a big split between smaller customers and larger customers and their willingness, and the larger customers were twice as more likely to allow external contractors on site. So that's some good news as well, and it helps give us some insights in how to approach the market. So again, I don't want to paint that doom and gloom picture, but what we're up against here is some serious economic pressures. So while we've had, what I have here is comprehensive adaptations, I feel like we're going to continue to be needing to make those throughout the year. We also risk some of those pressures from earlier in the year coming back. So we need to be prepared for that as well. But overall, I'm still confident in the economic picture of energy efficiency and what it brings to the table. Samara shared that report, that last slide about the benefits that energy efficiency brings to the table. That's true. That helps energy efficiency compete with those alternatives. So we're in a good spot, but it's not going to happen by accident. It's going to take some action and some innovation to get us to those 2020 results, but also set ourselves up for 2021. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Yeah, a lot of great information there. One thing you mentioned is building out the pipeline for projects, and I think that, I don't know if you mentioned this, but it's important, for the workforce into the future to have certainty that there will be projects that rescheduled. So I appreciate that information. Next, we have Natalie Gray with Evergy to talk about program pivots. So, Natalie.
Can you hear me and see me okay?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thanks for confirming. Good morning, almost good afternoon. My name is Natalie Gray. I'm a senior product manager at Evergy. Before I dig into the content of my slide here with you today, I just wanted to first say thanks to MEI for the opportunity to be with y'all today and just provide a quick update on what's going on in the world of utilities and energy efficiency programs. And thanks for the time today to allow me to provide an update on some of the programmatic pivots that we've made, and specifically some programmatic pivots that we've made that seem to be working well. So the impacts of COVID-19 have affected some of our energy efficiency programs' ability to perform well. However, we are pleased to report that we were able to move into and incorporate several programmatic pivots for our programs that have been proving to serve useful for both us at the utility and also, more importantly, our end-use customers. So first, we have the income-eligible multifamily program, which by nature is a very high-touch program with lots of customer face-to-face engagement. So luckily, technology has helped us manage through these times pretty well for this program and many of the other programs, really allowing us to stay engaged virtually with virtual energy assessments and outreach efforts. For this program, recently the program subcontractors were reintroduced back into the field, of course, following the agreed upon PPE and health safety processes. And we are back to performing direct installs and other upgrade projects. So, however, there are still some properties and in-unit tenants that are hesitant to allow outsiders into their homes. And so for those sorts of situations, one of the primary program pivots we made with the income eligible multifamily is to allow the materials that are usually direct installed as an option to drop off instead of having them directly installed, working with the on-site maintenance staff to ensure that they're actually installed and following up and having a process in place to ensure that they're installed. Some have taken us up on that offer, and I feel like that was an important thing for us to do to ensure we were still continuing with that program and customers were still seeing the energy savings offered. So moving on to our small business customer support, I wanted to call out some of the great adjustments made for this customer segment. Many of these customers see the need to reduce their overall expenses now more than ever. And so we wanted to think through some different ways that we could help and assist with that need. So we launched a small business resources webpage offering some really great energy savings tips, back to work recommendations, along with program information and rebate increase information that we've made available. Primarily focused on lighting and food service types of upgrades. And while that programmatic pivot was actually launched and the website was launched just over 30 days ago, so it's still a little bit early to tell, but the good news is we've heard that we're having customers call in, inquiring about these increased rebates, really excited about what they can do and how we can support any sort of upgrades in energy efficiency that those customers are interested in. And so with the 30 to 60 day turnaround typically that we see on those sorts of projects, again, it's still a little bit early in the process, but we feel like it's going to really be beneficial for those small business customers. And a couple additional points I wanted to make specific to our business customer segment. And Bill with Ameren did a really great job overviewing what they're seeing as a utility with the business customers. And likewise, we're seeing a little bit of that too. But I did want to mention some positives that we've been seeing come out of the pandemic, which is some facilities have more time and are empty now, unfortunately, but fortunately for the program, I suppose, to allow us to go in and perform those energy assessments and audits. And they're happening much quicker than they may have otherwise. And then also, the COVID has increased the interest in air filtration systems and working with those businesses to make sure that they're familiar with the rebate programs and the structures and available options for those sorts of upgrades. So next we have the Energy Savings Kit, which is also co-delivered with Evergy and our natural gas counterpart, Spire. This program was historically an in-person energy assessment where Evergy staff would install energy saving measures while at a customer's home. However, on May 29th, we did move from an in-home visits to virtual assessments. On the right, you see a picture of the Facebook ad that is being targeted to customers that reside in low-income zip codes. This program is also offered as an option to our call center reps to help support customers with high bill questions, and has proven to be very useful for situations where customers may have questions about their energy usage, or if they're seeing a high bill. This is a very viable option for them to offer to customers for a energy assessment to understand how they're using energy and offer them ways to improve, and also offer some energy saving measures to provide instant energy savings. I do want to mention under this new platform, kind of just give a high level of that process and what it looks like. So the customers are currently being targeted. We're utilizing census tract data to identify low income zip codes in our area, and using the Facebook target option to really hone in on those low income customers, and offering this virtual energy savings kit as an option. We've been seeing really great success with this. It was a little bit of a challenge getting everybody acclimated to what that new process looked like, and it's different for those people performing those sorts of home evaluations, because now instead of being there and engaging with the customer face to face, they're having to try and manage talking through their phone or their tablets, which just doesn't lend as much a personal touch. But through the experience of the last month or so, we've really gotten better and improved that process, and the customer experience and the feedback that we've heard has been really great. So we are still offering that walkthrough energy assessment with the customer, identifying ways that they can improve their energy efficiency, providing a follow-up energy report with both gas and electric, kind of status updates for the different equipment in their home, along with tips on how they can improve. And then also afterwards, we deliver a kit with all of the energy saving measures directly to the customer for them to install based on what we identified was needed during the assessment. Our number 4 pivot is related to Energy Star rated LEDs. While we continue to have the in-store discounted LEDs as we have historically, we felt it would be helpful to provide a new temporary online purchase option. And this makes available an alternate purchase option rather than in-store for those that may have an interest in purchasing online, more so now during the pandemic. So customers can get a 6-pack of LEDs, including shipping, for just $5, which is a really great deal, and dropped right at your house instead of having to venture out. And so to date, over the past couple of months, we have had nearly 5,000 customers utilize this new platform option. So a lot of customer interest and a lot of appreciation for this new option that we're providing. And lastly, I wanted to mention a win-win marketing tactic ramp up, our co-op marketing offer, which results in lower marketing expenses with higher exposure for both us at Evergy and Spire, and our valued Trade Ally network. Specifically, I call out Spire because our energy auditor Trade Allies are basically we co-deliver the program that we utilize our energy auditors in, called the Insulation and Air Sealing Program. This program actually was hit very hard by the impacts of COVID. Understandably so. Customers were nervous about having outsiders come into their home, and many still are. So as we were thinking through how we can really support this program and the Trade Allies that support the program for us and really are our feet on the street, this was one of the ideas that popped up. We've historically, we have offered a co-op marketing, which really is just providing our Trade Allies use of our brand and with promotion of the program, and we'll help support their marketing tactic financially. We'll pay typically up to half. Through this initiative, we're actually covering the entirety of the energy auditors' marketing tactics, which helps both them to get their message out at no cost and helps us get our message out in different ways and routes and avenues with our customers that we wouldn't may have otherwise. So it's really, as I mentioned, it's a win-win, and we feel like it's a really great tool that we'll continue to have in place with that. So to summarize, we have taken a lot of time at Evergy to really methodically think through each program and customer base segment to identify things within our control to help during these unprecedented times. And these 5 pivots I've shared are really what we've found useful in aiding our ability to continue our support. So I want to thank you for your time today, and now I'll turn it back over to Simran.
Thanks, Natalie. Yeah, a lot of good information there too. Interesting program pivots, some expanded, more detailed information that I touched on very briefly. So appreciate that. And Chris, take it away. Christopher Wright with Spire Gas on success stories.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay? Right. Thank you. Yes, again, I'm Christopher Wright. I'm an energy efficiency representative with Spire, and I get the opportunity today to talk about our successes. You know, just a little background on me. I've been with Spire for about 20 years, different departments. So I've seen a lot of the inner workings and how everything kind of fits together. So, you know, I'm going to speak a little bit today to the successes. First, I kind of wanted to touch on a little bit with what Bill said and Natalie, as far as some things that we've struggled a little bit. You know, our strong point in energy efficiency is maintaining face-to-face relationships. That's been a big struggle with everyone during the COVID quarantine period. And, you know, I was kind of wanted to touch on that. It's, you know, it limits our expansion of our contractor network, which actually helps to push our rebates and just getting energy efficiency appliances out there. So we can assist customers, not only, you know, low, but moderate income as well. Speaking kind of a little bit to our pivots, you know, we're able to offer through Earthways, our partnership with Richard Riley and Earthways, teacher workshops, normally in person. We still had a good turnout. You know, about the same number as we did last year for our face-to-face. Good questions, a lot of participation. It was virtual rather than face-to-face. Again, you know, I'll get back to what I'm supposed to be talking about, which is our success stories. I am going to touch on some of the topics that Bill and Natalie kind of already discussed, because some of our successes are based upon the adaptations and the pivots that they've already touched on just a bit. You know, one of our big successes right now is our residential rebates. Our residential rebates work for our energy efficient appliances, things such as programmable thermostats, water heaters, furnaces. We offer up to $300 on energy efficient furnaces, water heaters. We offer incentives for rebates for tankless water heaters, gas boilers, things of that nature. It's, you know, they have to be contractor installed, but the big thing about this is in 2019, during the time frame of April to July, we had total about 10,200 applications for rebates. In the same time period, April through July of 2020, we had just over 11,000. So we actually had an uptick in our rebates. There are several reasons for that. One of the biggest that we believe is people have been home. I just know this from personal experience. When you're home, you see projects that you may have only seen every once in a while intermittently, but when you're home, working from home, or you're quarantined, you see that issue every single day. One of the things that an appliance doesn't necessarily adhere to when it's getting ready to go out is what your budget is or what the economy looks like. So, you know, I can speak from personal experience with, I was going to go on vacation. Instead, because of the uptick in the cases, I stayed home and did work around the house, just projects that needed to be taken care of. So a lot of people were doing that. They were skipping vacations, money they would have spent on vacation. They were actually putting into home projects that should have probably been taken care of previously. Another a positive is we were in a good spot technologically speaking. Our portal is a customer facing portal for our rebates. To enter our rebates, we work with our contractors. They're able to enter the rebate for the customer. The customer can enter the rebate for themselves online or print the application out and mail it. But the fact that our portal was ready and that we can still assist our contractors, a lot of my position, I still talk with contractors about our financing, which I'll get into in a moment. But a lot of it has gone to, just helping a contractor with a possible invalid rebate, or reaching out to a customer on an invalid rebate. And this technology has just allowed us to be able to continue. And as from the numbers I've given, excel during a time when you may not think that was actually going to happen. So, there's a little bit of that as far as why we believe we had that success. So as I said there, digital engagement is a key to success. I'm going to go on to the next topic, which is our EnergyWise financing. So one of the big things about our EnergyWise financing is it is our Spire financing. It's where our customer can finance an appliance. If the appliance qualifies for a rebate, then it qualifies for our financing. So what we can do is offer a low percentage rate of 5.75%, and then we can place that on the customer's gas bill. So they're just paying that along with their gas bill. Some of the reasons we feel that we've maintained our surge and success there is a lot of the reason the rebates excelled and surged. We're up on applications about 61% compared to this time last year on our Spire financing. Again, people are looking to complete projects. When I spoke about, your budget or how the economy is, if an appliance goes out, we have this option that we can offer to our customers. So customers are taking advantage of our low percentage rate, as well as just placing it on the gas bill. It makes it easy, to not add, I guess, another bill. You're just placing it on your actual gas bill. So what I would like to talk about next is our single family low income co-delivery with Ameren. Again, this is something to where I'm going to hit a little bit on what Natalie has kind of already talked about, just because some of the pivots that were made in this program have allowed us to excel during this time. So when I talk about single family co-delivery with Ameren, typically it's an install of thermostats, low flow faucet aerators, shower heads, furnace checkups. So one of the big things we're doing there is we're still sending out the energy saving kits, similar to what's happening with Evergy, which I'll talk a little more in detail about that in a moment. But we're sending out those kits. We're actually also, besides that, is targeting unoccupied residences, such as restorations, tenant turnover times. And one of the ways we're doing that is our community partnerships. So our community partnerships, we're working with the Public Housing Authority, property management companies. They are providing us with list of properties that would be available for us to actually enter, because at this time, one of the biggest obstacles is with these programs, we're not entering occupied residences. So when we look at ways that we can actually still get into the home, the tenant turnover, Restorations are the biggest thing. We're actually right now also, it's in talks, but we're looking on ways to possibly provide a monetary incentive for a customer to leave the property for a day so that it's technically unoccupied, to where that we're actually able to go into and make the necessary installs and furnace checkups that we need to make. So our co-delivery with Evergy, another strong point. Again, it's kind of hitting on what Natalie discussed a little earlier. We are sending out the energy kits. There is a phone number where they can be guided by an energy efficiency professional by telephone to actually make those installs. That's just one way that we're actually able to keep that program moving forward. It's a big part of helping out our low income customers because, you know, as we've all seen with Bill's slide earlier with the negative impacts of COVID on the economy, anything we can do to help with energy efficiency, lowering energy bills is a positive in what we're trying to do right now. But overall, we have seen some things excel. Again, we're definitely dealing with the negative impacts. Again, our strong face-to-face relationships, but we feel that we are in a good place to where we are making those pivots necessary in order to excel in the future as we continue to deal with the uncertainty, because as we all know, what happens this week with COVID-19 may be different with the information we receive next week. But again, that's pretty much all I have. If you have any questions, please let me know. My slide there doesn't have my email address. I am Christopher.Wright@spireenergy.com. If you have any questions about rebates, energy efficiency, anything that I spoke on today, please don't hesitate to reach out and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Chris. Josh, do you want to transition us to Q&A?
Absolutely. Thank you. All right. So some of the, let's see here, feel free to definitely send in some questions and let us know if you have any other thoughts. But as we look for, sorry, I needed to pull up the questions that we had here. In your mind, just one of the first questions is, what do you think is the most innovative thing that you have been able to implement to address the current situation? And we'll start with Bill, then Natalie, then Chris, and then Samarth.
Gosh, what a loaded question, Josh. I'm hesitant to say this is the most innovative, but I want to use this example because I think it's maybe one I'm most proud of. And it gets to what Christopher said about targeting the unoccupied units for the income eligible communities. And I use that example because not because there's a bunch of technology involved and we did something really cool, but because I felt like that was a strong reaction to the market conditions, but also respecting what we could run into by putting individuals in a situation where they would either have to tell us no or feel uncomfortable and folks going into their home for the upgrades. So by having this pivot to just completely take that off the table and target those unoccupied units, I felt was a really powerful way to have the program be successful, but also kind of future-proof us in a way in the short term. So if we see a resurgence or we see some other blips show up, that, yeah, it's probably going to impact us some, but it's not going to knock us back off the rails.
Okay, Natalie?
Sure. Well, I'll probably bring up the topic that I mentioned and I spoke most about earlier whenever I provided my presentation. I'm really proud of the fact that we were able to move so quickly to get our energy savings kits virtualized. Getting that platform in place, recognizing the need and the fulfillment of need that provides specifically for those low income customers, and being able to pivot so quickly and still provide that great customer experience would be probably the one that I'm most fond of.
Okay, great. Christopher, how about you?
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely agree with both of those. I think one of the biggest things, there are pivots that we made that I'm really proud of. Again, I go back to a little bit of what I spoke to. I'm proud of how prepared we were for something like this, not just as energy efficiency, but overall as a company, and sharing with Ameren and Evergy. You know, I speak a little bit to the technology, but we were very prepared there. One of the pivots we made, when you talk about face-to-face contacts, I spoke a little bit about the teacher workshops, how we were able to switch those virtually. So things that have always been face-to-face. Now we're still missing out on home shows where we can talk about the energy wall with Earthways and efficiency as far as insulation and light bulbs and things of that nature. But things that have always been face-to-face necessary, we've excelled by being able to do them virtually. And so that's one of the biggest pivots I'm proud of.
All right, great. Smarth, what have you seen?
So yeah, second what everybody said, I think the quick shift and pivot to virtual programs from trainings, even our own programs at MIA that we run with Ameren, we have to shift them quite quickly and to virtual and still maintain the same level of interaction and same level of participation and engagement with trainees. So I think that the quick shift to virtual in different aspects, virtual audits, virtual assessments, has been quite impressive. And then also, I mean, specific to kits, as I mentioned, the increased measures included longer life measures, increased eligibility. That's been quite innovative, I think. So yeah.
Great. We do have a question that has come in, and it was specifically about the position of the utilities. If you think you'll be reinstating a moratorium on disconnects that could prevent homelessness, and if you know internally what you think your short and long-term policy would be, as well as if you have any insight into the regulatory structure of what may be coming down the pipeline. And if we'll go with that same order, Bill?
Hey, Josh, I don't know the details of the disconnect policy. What I can comment on is, Ameren Missouri's commitment to, be responsive to the community's needs. I think you've seen that in the variety of funding resources, even through energy outside of energy efficiency, that we've brought to the table to try to address those needs.
Hey, this is Natalie. I would echo what Bill said there. We've made a great deal of effort to pivot our energy efficiency programs, but as a company as a whole, we've been very thoughtful and incorporated many different ways in which we're being mindful of the pandemic and the impacts that has on our customers and financially, and taking that into consideration.
Okay, Christopher?
Yeah, and I'll just basically, echo what Bill and Natalie were saying. I mean, I don't want to be an energy efficiency representative. I don't want to speak for, our customer service group and what they're doing. What I can say is we have funds available through Spire. You know, we reach out. We have our community services department, which always reaches out to you know, organizations. We have Dollar Help, Heat Up St. Louis, things of that nature, that we're constantly working with. You know, the different relief agencies around St. Louis. So I know we're always trying to find ways to assist customers. Again, like I said, I mean, I've worked in those departments before, so I know a little bit, but I would hate to be on here speaking for the current leadership right now and what they're doing other than the COVID relief funds that we do have available for our customers that are struggling during this time. And they have been utilized quite heavily. So it is something that has been working.
Martha, what are you seeing? Are you seeing a trend? Are you hearing things of regionally what you think the next 6 months may look like on that?
So
front?
I don't know how to answer that in terms of, I mean, utilities continuing moratoria. What I would point to is some of the ongoing proceedings and cases happening at regulatory commissions across the Midwest to try to understand affordability and some barriers to affordability, some strategies to improving affordability and the coordination of all the programs happening. There's a workshop case, an open docket in the Missouri Public Service Commission trying to get at this issue, not really focused on energy efficiency, but is trying to understand in affordability. So I would point to those processes, and I think we'll see a lot of those continuing to develop.
And it may be too soon to know. You might not be the right group. But another question was, with the shifts of people working from home, kids not at school or summer camps, have you overall seen home energy bills increase due to the pandemic? Bill? We'll go the same order.
You know, Josh, I wish I had that statistic for you, but I don't. I would say a good connection to what we're talking about here is what both Natalie and Christopher shared, which is, there's some good evidence and anecdotes that the residential energy efficiency programs are performing well. The example I had in my mind was smart thermostats. We've seen really positive participation and adoption of smart thermostats. That tells me that folks are at least paying attention, I think more than before, just because of the success we continue to see in the residential energy efficiency programs. So there's a pretty good chance that people are using more energy as they're working from home, but at the same time, looking for ways to control those energy statements.
Natalie, anything to add?
Yeah, I agree with that statement. I think that at a corporate level, and again, I don't have stats or I'm not the person to speak of such stats for Evergy, but I will say they have shared that there's been a slight increase in the residential usage and a slight decrease in commercial. What exactly that means and those exact stats and percentages, I'm not sure. But yeah, I think that people are home more often. We all know that. We all are here today, or most of us likely. And so you are noticing things and you're having to keep your air condition running during the day when you might not have otherwise, even if you did have a smart thermostat, because we're here and we want to be comfortable, right? So there's things that we're trying to incorporate into our messages to help them understand ways that they can improve their efficiency while still staying comfortable and at home.
Christopher, sorry.
Yeah, I obviously don't have those numbers either, and I wish I did. But one thing I can just speak from experience, and what Bill was saying makes a lot of sense, especially with the programmable thermostats, because when you're sitting there and in your home and the kids are home and you hear the air click on and you think to yourself, wow, that just clicked on again. You know, there are ways that, you know, a programmable thermostat can kind of help you, and that's something that you then start to think about a little bit. I don't know about, I would imagine energy usage is going up if everyone's home. I know I have 2 teenagers and the grocery bills are going up. So I would just imagine the energy usage more than likely is, especially if you have teenage boys and they play video games all day, the energy usage is going to go up.
Thanks for that insight, Christopher. I have an 8 and a 4-year-old, so luckily I'm not dealing with that yet, but I have no doubt it's coming. So Martha, anything that you'd like to add here at the end?
Well, so I haven't seen any hard data on the rise in energy use, but I think that based on recent articles, I think it's pretty clear that it's likely that home energy use is going up. And so I'll be on the lookout for data on that and that sort of thing, and I can share it with anyone who's interested.
Great, thank you. Well, that does conclude this session. I want to thank you all for participating. I will say one thing that has not energy efficiency related, but utility and pandemic related is with the growth of remote working, there is definitely a growing interest in utilizing our existing infrastructure to support those local communities, whether that be the poles that are already in the ground, piggybacking on a variety of other networks. And the folks on this panel right now are deep in conversations that their companies and themselves in finding ways to support all of us as we have to transition here. So we're not addressing that today, but it's definitely some interesting stuff going on, and it's definitely connected to their work. So again, thank you all very much. And with that, we'll conclude this session and transition to our final session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our final session is on community clean energy commitments. And we define clean energy commitments here as the renewable energy goals, not just sustainability. Try to narrow that down a little bit. And we have 2 folks to talk to us about and share their expertise and knowledge on this particular topic. Specifically, we have Amy from the Center for Climate and Energy Solutions and Andrew from Renew Missouri. And just as a reminder, in case you're heading off, we do kick off tomorrow at 9 a.m. With our panel on advanced metering infrastructure. Tomorrow, we also address rural energy efficiency gap and the time of use rates. So hopefully you'll be able to join us tomorrow, and we can take questions online about tomorrow if you'd like. But again, this session is about local communities' clean energy commitments and what that means for energy efficiency. Positive, negative, nothing. Hopefully today we'll find that part out. First up, we have Amy with the Center for Climate and Energy Solutions. Amy, thank you very much for joining us.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. I don't know if anybody else has trouble switching from different platforms with their headphones and everything linking up correctly, but it's a fun new work from home challenge to encounter. So thanks so much for having me today. I'm excited to talk to you all, and I've already been learning quite a bit from all of the speakers, and I'm just really excited to hear of all the great work that's continuing, even despite such unprecedented challenges. So thank you to the speakers as well. So if you can go on to the next slide, I'll just talk quickly about C2ES first, but then I'll get into some of our findings on what energy policy landscape looks like in the United States at the local level, as well as what's kind of going on with renewable energy commitments. And so for anyone not aware of C2ES. We are an independent, nonpartisan nonprofit based outside of DC. Our goal is really to help further policies and programs and activities that reduce greenhouse gas emissions, expand clean energy, help support resilience against the climate impacts that are already coming down the pipeline. And, you know, we do a lot of work around market-based mechanisms, but that's not our only focus. And we look at policy making at every level, from the international climate negotiations all the way down to the local level, which is what I'll be speaking on today. Next slide. So we bring a lot of different decision makers together, policy makers from all corners, as well as some companies that you may have heard of. These are folks that are on our Business Environmental Leadership Council, which we lovingly call the BELC. We work with a lot of these companies just to understand what their challenges are and help kind of bring them along and update them on some of the emerging solutions that we are hearing about as well. So that's just a little kind of quick update of who C2ES is. I've been with the organization for about 8 years now and working on a lot of the local policy work. So excited to share that with you today. Next slide. So one of our interesting areas of work, I think, is our partnership with the U.S. Conference of Mayors. Back in 2015, we established the Alliance for a Sustainable Future, and the idea behind that was to bring local leaders together with business leaders to help further the advancement of climate solutions. And we've chose to focus on 3 specific areas: clean energy, energy efficiency, and low carbon transportation. So we do a lot of webinars and produce case studies and have meetings to talk about some of the issues that are kind of the day. And one thing that we have been doing for the past few years is releasing a nationwide survey of cities. So I wanted to talk to you a little bit about kind of the high level of what we're seeing across the US in cities of all sizes as far as energy efficiency policies. And like I said, I'll touch on the renewable side, but I know Andrew's going to get into a little bit more of that in his presentation. And I'm excited to kind of land where we are in today's agenda, because I think, you know, all of the conversation of the roles of utilities and the importance of nimble implementation is incredibly important. And this is kind of, we'll just add a little bit of a layer of what does the whole landscape look like. So we're going to kind of jump up in terms of the focus. So our nationwide survey in 2019 drew 182 responses from cities across the US, represented 59 million Americans. And we had cities like New York and LA and San Francisco, those folks, but also cities that are very small, so far below 100,000 people in population. And so I think what we found is a really accurate view of what you could kind of say is happening at the local level in the US. And so all of those findings that I'll mention and many more are in this report here. Next slide. So I wanted to focus obviously on building energy efficiency policy. I'm sure lots of folks here on the call know that buildings are directly and indirectly responsible for about 40% of US carbon emissions. And what may be less known is that energy costs comprise a significant expense for city governments. And from the folks that responded to our survey, 136 responding cities gave us information about their annual electricity bills, and altogether that added up to nearly $1.8 billion. And so this is a significant expense for local governments. So what are they doing about it? Well, we know that 2/3 of the cities have energy efficiency policies for their municipal buildings. And maybe not surprisingly, and something that we see kind of across the different categories of buildings, it leans more towards having policies focused on new buildings. and just slightly here for municipalities. We also asked more specifically about energy audits. 71% of cities are conducting those routinely for their city buildings. And another 16% are interested in doing it. So I think that there's still a really good market for that kind of service at the local level. And then, of course, aside from government buildings and assets, most cities do have authority over local building codes for new and existing buildings. And so they are, of no surprise, getting into leading the commercial building sector and residential buildings down the path towards energy efficiency as well. And so next slide, I'm going to jump into that a little bit more. We've got some good data here. So about half of the 175 cities have energy efficiency policies or incentives for new commercial buildings. That number goes down when we asked about existing commercial buildings. So again, that higher level of comfort for the new buildings. And, they all provided examples of what kinds of policies that they are enacting in their towns. Advanced building and energy codes, stretch codes, requirements for specific upgrades, maybe energy performance levels that they're requiring, or third-party certifications. Participation in energy benchmarking programs, which I'll talk a little bit more about in a moment. And then, of course, lots of folks here know about all the financing programs to support investments in commercial buildings. This figure down there on the lower left shares a little bit of a breakdown of what's going on with energy benchmarking in cities. 29%, which was actually 51 of 174 responding cities, either support or require energy benchmarking. And so when we say support, it's a voluntary energy program. They're more common in larger communities, as you can see there in that chart. 59% of cities support or require energy benchmarking in those larger cities. That's cities with populations of over 250,000. And then the potential for greater adoption, though, is pretty consistent across all of the cities. Upwards of 25% interest in each kind of category, city size category. So I expect that this will continue to increase over time. And we have a really short level of a trend line kind of getting started here. There were 27 cities with a voluntary program in 2019. That was up from 18 programs in the year before. As far as the mandatory benchmarking programs, there were 31 cities with those in 2019, and that was up from 23 in 2018. And so I think you're seeing kind of this greater adoption trend, and we're going to be continuing to watch that over time. Of course, the policy of energy benchmarking doesn't really ensure energy savings, but there have been a number of research efforts that help quantify what the influence or impact those policies and programs have on energy use. And it can be anywhere from, like 2% energy savings all the way up to something a little bit more substantial, like New York, who's had maybe 4 years of implementation of their energy benchmarking program. When they did the study, found a 6 to 14% benefit from energy use reduction, I should say. So one other thing to mention on the side of residential energy efficiency, and you can click one so that next bullet shows up. These are kind of following a similar trend as the commercial buildings, maybe a little bit less common than policies for commercial or municipal. There are policies for existing buildings in 42% of the cities, and policies for new residential buildings in 51% of the cities. So these are things like, local government-led policies and incentives to improve residential energy efficiency, rebates programs, financing programs like PACE, updated building codes, for new buildings or even major renovations. Voluntary home energy audit programs that cities are really taking advantage of and leading the way. And then, of course, a lot of cities that we spoke with noted that they're really trying to focus on enforcing whatever statewide energy codes are on the books at the moment. And we hear quite a bit in our conversations through members of the Conference of Mayors that they want to vote for, even more aggressive and ambitious energy building codes. So that kind of comes up quite a bit. Next slide. And I think, no surprise here, because we keep hearing about it in all of these conversations that we're having today about partnerships. There's certainly kind of a whole ecosystem of energy efficiency actors that are really making sure that this happens on the ground from the policy level down to making sure there's help with someone in your home making your home more efficient. So, we asked about what cities have partnerships in place or which ones were interested in having this. And the chart there on the right kind of breaks this down by partnerships with other local governments on the left and then with businesses on the right. And it's a little more common for cities to be working with other cities or other counties in this space. A lot more cities want to be moving in that direction. And, that looks like regional alliances, peer networks, nationwide initiatives, things like that they could potentially get involved with. But then on the other hand, the private sector is incredibly important as well. And so those partnerships between local governments and a private sector partner are a little less common, but again, no less of interest to cities. And so I think that there's a lot of opportunity here to really kind of strengthen those connections with each passing year. What do those partnerships look like? We asked cities, and they gave a couple of examples, like participating in sustainability commissions, designating clean local businesses, engaging their Chamber of Commerce's, and of course, working with utilities. And so that was no surprise to us there. For the past couple of years, we've also been asking more specifically about how they view their relationship with their utility in a few different areas. Low carbon energy efficiency, low carbon transportation, and they always rate on average highest their partnerships with utilities around energy efficiency. And so I think there's a number of reasons for that, but it's definitely something to lean on, I think, when we're thinking about how to really advance some of these goals and solutions. Next slide. I just want to mention a few other things before we turn it over to Andrew. It's important to note that a lot of the policies that I've been talking about are more reliant on codes or process oriented, or they're kind of like pronouncements. They're not necessarily outcome based always. And so I think as cities start really getting serious about achieving some of their climate related goals, or really get more sophisticated and have access to better tools around energy burdens that might exist for their local communities, they're going to increasingly start to look at the outcome-based approach. And so one example where that's already happening is in New York. It's been touted as a model in a lot of different conversations, and that's really a building performance standard. So I encourage you to take a look at that if you haven't seen it or heard about it a while ago and haven't taken a look again. And then another piece that I think is really important here that kind of helps frame this conversation and also drives the interest in energy efficiency is the growing interest at the local level for clean energy. And there are a lot of renewable energy goals and commitments that are being made across the US right now, whether it's just like local government energy use or if it's like full community-wide energy use. We know that 51% of cities have created and adopted a renewable energy goal. Another 21% are considering it. And so it's definitely kind of a hot topic at the local level right now. This is important because if you're going to start maybe purchasing renewable energy, which I'll explain this image here in a second, but if you're going to purchase renewable energy, you want to make sure you're not over purchasing, right? So that's where energy efficiency becomes really important, to make sure that you're kind of right sizing whatever agreement that you might be looking into. And so, you know, just a little bit of an extra fact here on renewable electricity use. 67% of cities in the United States that we surveyed are already procuring renewable electricity for their government operations. And they're all kind of noted here on the map. And you notice, you know, it's not necessarily a coastal thing or anything like that. It's kind of across the board. The cities that are noted in green there, they're all hitting 100% renewable electricity for their government energy use. So I think, you know, this is kind of a increasing driver for continued interest in energy efficiency. And so happy to answer more questions about this. I know there's plenty of other topics we could chat about. So I'll leave those up for the questions and look forward to hearing more from Andrew.
Fantastic. Thank you, Amy, very much. Turning a little bit more local, we have Andrew from Renew Missouri to talk to us about this topic. Andrew?
Thanks, Josh, and thanks, Amy. Thanks to MEI for having me. Looking forward to this. I will try to keep us on schedule so that we can have some questions, but really what I want to do is take Amy's national and regional discussions and make it specific to Missouri and our cities. I want to mostly talk about what municipalities and cities are doing around clean energy commitments, but I also want to quickly overview what clean energy laws and frameworks we have going on here in Missouri, what statewide commitments towards clean energy we have, and some of the commitments utilities have made. But keep it focused mainly on the cities. So go ahead, Travis, to the next slide. So a little bit about me and Renew Missouri. We're a 501c3 nonprofit based in Columbia. I run our St. Louis office as a regional director. I also work with a group called Energy Efficiency for All that focuses on energy efficiency access for people in affordable multifamily buildings across a number of states. We advocated the PSC before the legislature with utility companies, with clean energy industries. Next slide, Travis. Okay, so this is just a really quick overview, vastly simplified, but here's where we are in Missouri with clean energy. So as of 2019, beginning of 2019, we were about 6% renewable. That's pretty misleading because we've installed a lot already between now and then. And in the next 2 or 3 years, we're going to install an awful lot of wind and some solar as well. So we'll be much higher in these indices. One thing to note is we're in the bottom half in terms of access to renewables for private actors, for corporations, and for individuals. And that's that Corporate Clean Energy Procurement Index. For energy efficiency, we've been steadily moving down in the rankings from I think like 45th or so in 2013 to 30th where we are now. And that's because of state laws, because of clean energy, or because of building codes that we've been adopting. And then in jobs, we are, it's pretty impressive actually. We've got about 42,000 jobs in the energy efficiency sector in Missouri. And in renewable energy, we've got more jobs than in the fossil fuel sectors by quite a bit. It's just something to note. Okay, next slide. So in terms of what commitments our state has made towards clean energy, I want to mention 2 laws that we have in place. One of which is the Renewable Energy Standard, or RES, which is adopted in 2008 by a big 66% majority of Missourians by the ballot. This requires our biggest utilities, or our IOUs, investor-owned utilities, to achieve 15% renewable by 2021. And they're all on pace to do that. I think some of them are going to overshoot that actually by next year. This replaced a voluntary standard, so this is a requirement that our biggest utilities reach this standard. And it'd be great to see that renewed and increased. But we've also got a voluntary energy efficiency law. This is called MEIA, or Missouri Energy Efficiency Investment Act. And it basically sets a policy, a statewide policy of valuing demand side savings equal with traditional power plant or generation resources. So practically what this means is that utilities are allowed by the PSC and by the statute to recover their program costs, what they spend on helping their customers save, the throughput disincentive, or the energy that they don't sell, and then a profit or an earnings opportunity. Those are sometimes called the three legs of the stool that makes it a worthwhile investment for utilities to spend on energy efficiency programs. So rebates and incentives to help people save energy, both residentially and commercial industrial. Next slide. So getting into the specifics here of local, city, and municipal clean energy commitments. The first thing to note here is the group of municipalities that have signed on to the Mayor's Climate Protection Agreement. This is part of the United States Conference of Mayors. It's a number of things, but it is first and foremost was a commitment to honor the terms of the Kyoto Protocol, which was signed in '97, that the U.S. did not enter, but a number of jurisdictions have continued to pursue. It's also pegged to the Paris Climate Accords more recently. And I highlighted Columbia, Kansas City, and St. Louis on there because we're going to be more specific about them. Next slide. So moving to St. Louis here, a couple things to mention, and we'll spend quite a bit of time here because in particular, I want to mention this Building Energy Performance Standard. But first, St. Louis, back in October 2017, they adopted this resolution that commits the city to transition to 100% clean energy in the form of wind and solar and energy efficiency by 2035. So this is a resolution, non-binding, but it does set this goal. And there was a Clean Energy Advisory Board formed. And last year, I helped serve on this technical committee that produced this pathways report, different pathways to achieve 100% clean energy. And we focused both on city operations and on community-wide operations, how to get to 100% clean energy. And we focused first on energy efficiency, that being the cheapest, and next on how city buildings could install solar and how local large institutions could pursue renewable energy procurement and things like that. You can find that on City of St. Louis's website there at that link. So that's an evolving process. There's going to be a number of ordinances and steps taken by the city government to pursue that. I wanted to make sure to mention that. Next, I want to mention this Building Energy Performance Standard, which grew out of a benchmarking policy that required buildings of 50,000 square feet or more to benchmark their energy usage. Now this BEPS policy was passed actually earlier this year, and it's going to establish a standard, or it's going to establish a Building Energy Improvement Board that will establish a standard that all of those 50,000 square foot buildings will have to meet. It'll be based on energy use intensity, and it will have various flexibility mechanisms and things to help some of the struggling buildings. Probably by 2025 or 2024 is when the standard, that first stair step of the standard will be set. But a thing to mention here, and I didn't put it in the slides, but I want to make sure to mention it, is this issue of attribution. How to attribute savings to the utility programs, which are going to have an interactive effect here. So in other words, when Ameren, Missouri, and Evergy, when they go to the PSC to get their portfolios of efficiency programs approved and to recover money from ratepayers for that savings, they have to go through a process of evaluation, measurement, and verification, or EM&V, where they demonstrate that the savings experienced was attributable to their programs. So this causes attention when a local jurisdiction is requiring, like building code, for example. You've got to meet this standard of efficiency, or this standard of technology and materials in your buildings. So that becomes a new baseline, in other words. So is a building that's subject to that standard, is them installing new motors and furnaces and boilers, is that attributable to the utility program now, since it's sort of the expected legal standard? So that's the problem of attribution. It is not insurmountable. There's a bunch of different ways to interpret this. It'll be up to the PSC to decide that approach, and the parties will get together and discuss this. I think the keys there are, how specific is the local standard? Are they requiring various measures to be taken? And how does that impact the baseline savings calculation? So I just want to mention that as a tension going forward, but it's by no means unsolvable. I think we're gonna chart a path forward there, and I'm sure utility people who are on the call would be interested in weighing in to that discussion. But that's worth mentioning for St. Louis, because we're right in the middle of that, and Kansas City as well is going to go through that. So next slide. Okay, so similar to St. Louis, Kansas City, the city council unanimously voted to commit to 100% renewable energy for city buildings by this year. So this is really accomplished through basically through participating in Evergy, their utility out there, their renewable direct program, or renewables direct program. So essentially, this is just delivery of wind power that Evergy has constructed, and the city takes part in that direct renewable program. Ameren has a similar program that I believe is still under construction, and they're still taking subscribers. But that's how they accomplish that for city operations. That ordinance also requires a 100% reduction in greenhouse gases from electricity consumption by 2022. So that's a very ambitious target. They are also developing a climate protection plan due to be completed next spring. And it's a commitment to climate neutrality for municipal operations by 2030, and a number of greenhouse gas reductions beyond just the municipal operations for the future as well. So that is currently under development. If you're in Kansas City, look into that, and there's opportunities for input. Kansas City was first to develop this building energy benchmarking program for buildings over 50,000 square feet back in 2015, I believe. And they're currently working with stakeholders on a BEPS policy similar to St. Louis. And I think we're cut off at the bottom there, but it just says the current mayor, Quentin Lucas, has affirmed the participation in the mayor's climate protection agreement. So next slide. Okay, so this is the other major city that has made clean energy commitments, City of Columbia. They have had a renewable energy standard in place for a very long time. I believe it's 35% by 2035. Got to include the 35% there. And I believe they're getting pretty close to completing that goal a little early. They're currently developing a climate action and adaptation plan, which includes on-site renewables for new and existing city buildings. There's goals around resiliency, demand response, efficiency in municipal and school buildings, things like that. And there are certain greenhouse gas reduction goals associated with city operations and community-wide. They're also involved in this integrated resource planning process, which municipal utilities do along with IOUs. This fall, they're involved in that. So that'll actually be a discussion of what resources they plan to go procure. Mayor Treese is also a signatory to the Mayor's Climate Protection Agreement nationally. So next slide. So there are a number of other cities that have done things in the clean energy space, but those three are the main ones that have made solid sort of forward-looking commitments. But Independence is worth mentioning too. They have had a big disruption in their buildings division and in their city council, and sort of knocked them off the goal that they set back in 2018 of becoming the greenest city in America. But that is still an existing resolution that's out there. In addition, Springfield, Missouri is the largest municipal utility in the state, and they're probably they definitely are the most renewable utility in the state, I believe. And that's because, you know, the timing of how things worked out, they were able to bring on a lot of cheap wind right there in eastern Kansas is right there. And they've got some of their own renewables that they own as well. So, but Springfield does not have a renewable goal or a overall clean energy commitment of any kind. Okay, next slide. Okay, so very quickly, the utilities have their own sort of greenhouse gas goals and timelines for renewable development and efficiency rollout. Something very recently just happened with Evergy, where Elliott Management was preparing a report that many suspected was going to lead to a merger or acquisition of Evergy. And the announcement very recently was that in order to avoid that, Evergy plans to invest a significant amount of money in wind and solar in both Missouri and Kansas to increase their clean energy commitments. They have a goal of reducing their CO2 emissions by 80% by 2050, which Ameren shares. So just suffice it to say that utilities are also making these commitments as well. And a few things I didn't mention, I'm pretty close to out of time here, but there's the issue of building codes that we can talk about in questions if you want. St. Louis City and County have both adopted the 2018 IECC, and Kansas City is supposed to adopt the 2021 IECC when it gets published. So the major cities in Missouri are pursuing building code adoption. Of course, we don't have an energy building code statewide in Missouri, which we're in the minority of states that haven't done that. But, you know, I believe I covered, you know, did an overview of the major sorts of clean energy commitment areas of discussion, but I'm happy to take whatever questions and take this wherever you guys want to go. So thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andrew. We'll get Amy on here as well. And you might have addressed this, but in general, if you could sum it up into a one or two sentence thing here, do you believe that there is a positive or negative relationship between energy efficiency incentives and municipal clean energy goals?
Yeah, well, so yeah, that's why I was bringing up that issue of attribution. I mean, it is a complicated question and it is an unsettled question. And Amy might be able to have a perspective beyond Missouri here, but the big thing is that the Public Service Commission is ultimately going to decide how that interaction takes place. I mean, I suppose overall it is negative from the utilities point of view, because the higher that local standards get, the higher their baseline for achieving savings above and beyond that baseline is, and that affects how much they can recover. But as I said, I don't think that's an insurmountable challenge. I think local clean energy commitments can exist alongside utility energy efficiency programs. I think we'll figure it out.
Yeah. Josh, can you repeat that question? I feel like there was a nuance that I was missing. And so I want to make sure I hit that in my answer.
Really just a summarize of, do you think there is a positive or negative relationship between energy efficiency incentives and municipal clean energy goals?
Well, I'll look at it from the perspective of incentives driven by the local government. And so from there, I would say that they're part and parcel with one another. And so they really help kind of prop the other up or drive them a little bit farther along. And so, and sometimes I think if a city might have a strong relationship on energy efficiency, that can maybe help get the conversation started on the renewable energy side if they're trying to access more clean energy from their utilities. So I would say they line up pretty well together, just from the perspective of like how a local government might develop their own policies. So I think Andrew's hitting on, you know, that the challenging piece of when you have all of these different regulations happening at different levels of jurisdictional authority.
Yeah, and just one more thing, one more way to think about it really quickly is they represent a carrot and a stick. So the utilities energy efficiency programs are the carrot. That's the way to make it cheaper, to accelerate your savings. I mean, energy efficiency is almost always a good investment, but utility programs make it that thing that actually makes people take action. So that's the carrot. And the local clean energy requirement is the stick. That's the thing that says thou shalt achieve this energy use intensity or this efficiency level. So they work well together. It's just becomes a challenge at the PSC to make sure that it's still worth utilities' time to fund the programs.
Right. If you do have questions, please feel free to submit them in. There was a comment, and we'll share it with the group, but as Andrew had mentioned, there is the building performance standard in St. Louis, which can be found on the St. Louis City Government's website. And it's a long thing there, but we'll send it out with our notes as well. Do you all think that there is a sorry. I was trying to read a question here. When we look at the difference between the Midwest and the coast, do we see a particular separation between the efficiency and renewable energy? You know, in Missouri, we've had the issue to where renewable energy hasn't grown as quickly due to the abundance of cheaper energy that we have. And, you know, obviously that's not the only lever as compared to regions of the country that are more expensive. But do you traditionally see them go hand in hand is it a regional breakdown, or do you find it really is geographically dependent and there is no calculation that makes that answer?
I'll take a stab at this. I think the biggest thing that we see when we look at how cities across the US are plotting their strategies and moving forward is that the bigger issue is the city size. And so I think with that comes like the number of resources that might exist to really run down some of these options and partner with their utility in a meaningful way. And again, another big issue is whether or not the city has its own municipally owned utility. If it has that capability, then it can go a lot farther without having to kind of go through the steps of establishing a partnership between two very separate organizations.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and Josh, I might just want to weigh in just to unpack and maybe question like a little bit some of the premise of your question. I mean, I agree that Missouri has long had some of the cheaper rates in the country, but it's important to note that we have quite expensive power compared to a lot of places, even in the Midwest now. And also, I don't think that our lagging in renewables is due to the price of power. I think it is a political and a legal issue. I think we have very restrictive access to renewable resources. We're unable to, large corporations, for example, are unable to purchase renewables on the open market in any meaningful way. We have very restrictive net metering policies. We're just simply unable to take advantage of the cheapest resources out there, which are solar and wind by far. And, to be able to experience the full value of on-site renewables, for example. So I think the primary reason that Missouri is lagging is legal and regulatory and not economic. But I just wanted to throw that in there.
Yeah, and I'll add to that. It's not something that we've done a deep analysis on with the survey responses and kind of an overlay of what's going on at the state level. But I think our sense is that whatever state policies are in place can either help or hinder how much headway a city is going to be able to make, especially around clean energy purchasing and really decarbonizing their electricity mix.
Okay.
But not insurmountable. Actually, I want to add one last thing. I've definitely seen cities kind of band together and lobby their states in concert with their utility to help change some of the regulations. So I think that there can be a really positive collaboration that could help put some pressure on what that regulatory landscape looks like so that they can all make the progress towards those ambitious goals that they have set. I'll stop there.
No, that's okay. That's okay. Very helpful. There, on the legal front, there was a question of how you felt the local governments balance concepts like additionality, offsets, RECs, carbon emitting renewable resources in their policies around clean energy. Any thoughts on that, Amy? And then,
yeah, I'm sure Andrew has ideas on this too. Just one point that I'll make. I think when we ask how cities are shifting to renewables for their municipal energy needs, a lot of them have a mix of options that they're taking advantage of. And at least in the early days of setting the goal and achieving something that maybe is set out for another 10 years, they're leaning a little bit more heavily on RECs with the intention of shifting to other options in the future.
Yeah, this question is from Eric Hempel at Columbia Water and Light. It's a good question. I mentioned before that I was part of this technical committee in St. Louis that created this pathways report that kind of studied a few pathways on how to get to 100% clean energy. And we included these options, these sorts of like renewable energy credits or carbon offsets or things like that. They're the remote options that don't involve purchasing energy. And they are options. We wanted to make sure to include them, but we did focus on the positives and negatives of them. The positive is that it's immediate, it's easy. You can do it right away and say that you've taken action. There are a lot of negatives though, however. One is you don't get anything of value. There is no value created that you're purchasing. It's a purely a virtual arrangement. And that includes no jobs benefits. That includes no health, local health benefits or offsetting of local generation, things like that. So there's no new renewables really created. These mostly come from existing resources, while this carbon offset and renewable energy credit market may have a role to play in the economics of new wind farms and new solar being created, it's not the primary driver for why these things are created. So you just have to understand that, and a lot of jurisdictions are interested in it because it's something you can immediately do. But it lacks all the benefits of actually investing in new clean energy.
Great, thanks. The next question came, I'm not sure you'll be able to answer, but I'm going to go ahead and ask it here. And that is, if you thought with low interest rates, it would be good for utilities to issue bonds to cover costs of decommissioning coal plants. Have either of you, Andrew, I know that Renew Missouri looks at this in a outside the scope of today, but Amy, is this something that you all look at?
No, I will defer to Andrew on this one.
Andrew, any comments you'd like to make on that?
Yeah, I mean, this is a part of a much larger discussion that I think we've had and we're going to continue to have in Missouri. And a lot of states have passed asset securitization legislation is the term. And I mean, it's important to understand that a big driver of clean energy investments is taking care of those old legacy assets that are on the books. I mean, in order, you need to have new demand to meet in order to build new generation. And if you're overbuilt on old legacy fossil fuel capacity, there's less need for new power. And, it affects things like the value of avoided costs, which drives a lot of energy efficiency investments, and the value of solar and stuff. And, the value of the energy that you're avoiding by creating new clean energy. So yes, I mean, it's a great time to have this conversation. We definitely need to be looking at how we can get all these extremely expensive, extremely dirty, extremely not needed fossil fuel power plants, coal and natural gas power plants that we have on our books that will very likely never pay off and are way too expensive that shouldn't exist anymore. And the way to do that is one way to do that is through issuing these bonds and getting that old debt off the books so that new, cheaper things can be invested in. So it's a great discussion. I hope we continue to have it in Missouri.
All right. Well, with that, we'll conclude this session and then also conclude the conference for today. A reminder, we will kick off tomorrow at 9 a.m. And tomorrow's sessions, again, are dealing with advanced metering infrastructure and how that impacts energy efficiency, the rural energy efficiency gap, and time of use rates. There's definitely a connection between AMIs and time of use, and we'll hope that you'll join us and engage like you did today. Again, thank you, Andrew and Amy, for participating today. Thank you for all of our speakers, and most importantly, thank you for the sponsors that have allowed us to do this, and look forward to seeing you all participate tomorrow. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, everyone.